Whew.
Because on this day,
In 1953, Alan Rubin, or as Carrie likes to call him.
well, as everyone calls him, Mr. Fabulous.
I'm still lost. Who's Alan Rubin, Mr.
Alan
Fabulous?
Rubin. Mr. Fabulous is Alan Rubin.
Bill, if you want to do a deep dive on
Who is
Alan
that?
Rubin, you know what that really is.
That's really...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Now that sounded like something from the Blues Brothers.
That was the Blues Brothers, yes.
Okay, that was the Blues Brothers.
Yes.
All right. So I recognize that.
Uh-huh.
And I assume it's a song I don't recognize, but I assume it's an old blues song redone by the Blues Brothers.
Yep.
So now give me the Mr. Fabulous part.
Alan, Mr. Fabulous Rubin, who was the lead of the horn section of the Blues Brothers.
Oh.
You know, a band powerful enough to turn goat piss into gasoline, as Donald Duck Dunn once said.
Oh, there you go.
But Mr. Fabulous Alan Rubin, who is no longer with us, sadly.
He's a Juilliard trained.
Most people would know him as the head waiter at the Chez Paul restaurant where the Blues Brothers went to.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
And but he has played, if you look at his resume, he has played with like everybody in the business.
I am looking at it right now, and so he dropped out of Juilliard at 20 to go on tour with Robert Goulet, which doesn't sound like a very
There was
his
more
foot
money.
rock star thing to do.
There was way more money there.
No, but keep looking. He's played with everybody from Lou Reed to Stevie
Robert
Wonder
Goulet.
to,
Yeah.
you know.
Frank Zappa, Duke Ellington, Aerosmith, Rolling Stones, Paul Simon.
You know, if you sit Kerry Jackson down in front of the Blues Brothers movie and watch him instead of watch the movie, his lips will move along with every single bit of dialogue from the beginning to the end of that movie.
Yes, sir. Our dining room is available. No, sir. Mayor Daley no longer dines here. He's dead, sir.
See? I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not kidding. I would
Can you
bet
do that
could
with
almost
Anything, Bill? Is there any movie you like enough that you could do
movie
that with?
or poem
no,
or
no, there isn't.
Shakespeare?
Yeah, probably some Shakespeare that I've been in, but I can't really do that with a movie because I don't watch movies over and over and over again, and mainly because there are too many good movies out there. You know, so I feel like I'm wasting my movie watching time, even though the movie I have probably seen the most is, I would probably think Jaws.
You've seen
And
Jaws
that's-
more than anything else.
Well, but that's the only movie now I ever went back to the theater time and time and time again when it first came out. I saw Jaws 6 times in the theater when it
Did
came
you
out.
really? I never knew
I
that.
did. But now my ex-wife loved it, and I liked it a lot, and so, but I still can't. I couldn't. Carrie can sit in front of Jaws and probably
Yeah, I can
do
with
almost
Jaws as
every
well.
line of dialogue.
Yeah, and it was fun because this guilty pleasure show that I'm watching, Big Sky. One of the Montana State Troopers is a kidnapper, and he gets shot in the head after they catch him, and now he's pretending that he doesn't remember anything. So what he does is he'll just sit and quote lines of dialogue from Jaws, so that they're convinced that, you know, oh, he doesn't remember anything. Oh, he's not even there, man. He's lost his mind.
Could I ask you, Carrie, have you ever been shot in the head? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what's happened here.
You don't remember?
man.
You don't remember shooting this young girl with an arrow? We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Now, is he doing it on purpose?
I
Or
think
is that
he
really okay?
You don't know yet.
I think he's
Okay.
faking it, but we
That'd
don't
be-
know
but
yet.
Carrie, you could fake it that way someday. You could totally do that.
Well, and anyway, that who was that again? Mr. Fabulous.
Oh, Alan Rubin.
Yeah.
Alan Rubin.
Happy birthday.
Is it Rubin?
Rubin, R-U-B-I-N.
Okay.
Now, you know what we could have done today? Well, we almost did.
Many.
What?
You know who else's birthday it is today?
No, Gina, I don't. Tell me.
In 1938,
Whose birthday is it, Gina?
Bobby Boris Pickett's birthday.
Oh, thank God.
Well, we had a strong lobby voice in the studio there.
Now, I might have gone with Bobby Boris Pickett doing Smoke That Cigarette. You know that?
Not
he
Monster
did that.
Mash.
Not
People know
Monster
it's
Mash.
Monster Mash.
I think he was the original who did it.
Oh.
To look for Bobby Boris Pickett.
Let me look it up.
Dig your smoke that cigarette, dig your own grave.
Dig your own grave.
Yeah, smoke
Boy.
that cigarette.
A lot of people.
But I think he maybe was the original. But
Commander
I don't know for
Cody, everybody's coming up but him. Commander Cody, Jimmy Dean, Phil Harris, Jerry Reed, Willie Nelson, asleep at the
Jeez.
wheel. Let me keep looking.
sure. I'm pretty sure it was Bobby Boris Pickett who did that.
Bobby Brown, Bobby Valentino, Bobby Brackens, no Bobby Boris Pickett.
Well, I'll do a deep dive at some
Do it.
point because I know he got that. He went
Here,
"Dig
I've
your
got
own
it.
grave."
Oh, you
Although
So-
I can't.
So he did do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Who
couldn't
wrote
find
it?
I just did a search for Bobby Pickett Smoke That Cigarette.
That's the only
Send it to
version
me.
I really have ever heard.
Okay.
Send it to me, Gina, and I'll
Oh.
patch it in here.
So how's everything going? I woke up late. My eyes won't open fully. They're like at half mast.
I learned on Bugs Bunny you can take the toothpicks, Bill.
Toothpicks, yeah.
And,
I'm going to try that. Prop your eyelids open.
Yeah, that works.
They really are. They're just like heavy, and I think I'm not well. But we'll find out.
But you're not sick.
No, I don't think so.
You're happy to be looking forward to a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, except I agreed to do some work on Monday.
Oh, what'd you do that for?
What work?
I agreed to go meet a client with someone.
Oh,
In person?
Yeah, I mean in person, like, yeah, it's a store,
Yeah.
and I've agreed to go there and walk in the door, but I said, I don't want to be around a lot of people. No, you won't have to worry about that. So they just want you to see the store.
Tell
So
them
I
to
said-
send you a picture. There it is. That's the store.
It's not quite the same, really, Gina. They just want me to see the
I
store.
just
and I
don't
said,
go anywhere or talk to anybody or see anybody in person.
You do too. You go millions of places. You go to Harmon's.
Well, I go to the grocery store, but I don't like.
This is a store. I'm going to go to a store. The same. And there will probably be fewer people there than there will be at a Harmon's, for instance.
Okay. Well, I feel safe going to Harmon's.
I just think I think it's odd that you would chastise me for going to a store for the first time in 8 months. that you would chastise me for that when you go to Harmon's 3 times a week.
Well, I'm not chastising you. I'm looking out for you.
Let me look out for you. Stop going to Harmon's 3 times a week, okay?
I can't. I love Harmon's.
I know you can't. And I wouldn't ever suggest that. I do. I go to Harmon's a lot, but I stay in my car. And they bring me stuff.
we have ours delivered.
I sent that to you, Carrie. Did you not get it?
Mail or what?
Gmail. That's probably why you don't have it.
That's why I'm not
Oh,
seeing
well.
it. It's
Then now we're
because-
out of time,
Nope,
so
hang
forget
on.
it.
Are we done farting around?
This
We're
will
not
only
done
take
quite
me a
yet, are we?
second. Hang on. See, you send
you-
things on my
did you-
Gmail. That's a different thing.
I know. I'm sorry.
Gina, can you look and see if who wrote "Smoke That Cigarette"?
Sure.
Just look at the whatever.
Tex Williams.
Ah.
Now I am a fellow with a heart of gold, and the ways of a gentleman I've been told. The kind of a person who wouldn't harm a flea. But if me and a certain character met, the man that created the cigarette, I'd murder the so-and-so in the first degree. not because I don't smoke
Come on, get to it,
myself.
Bobby.
All right, come on, get to
Go
it.
ahead. Go on, take a puff. Tell St. Peter at the Golden Gate that you just hate to make him wait, but you've got to have another cigarette.
There you go.
Yeah, a little novelty song for you there.
That's kind of
Okay,
what
so
he did. I'd say that's probably farting around for today.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Okay, check-ins, 877-602-9696, if you've a mind, sir.
Yeah, call and say hi. Help me wake up. Man, I can't.
Come on, Bill.
I got up over an hour later than I normally do.
All right.
I usually get up at 3. I got up at 4. I got up at 4:30 because my wife said, "You know, it's 4:30, don't you?"
Are you going to go to work today?
What? So anyway,
All right.
give us a call 877-602-9696 and let us know that you're. Just help me wake up, okay? Come on, call. All right.
All right, ProFlowers.com. Valentine's Day is Sunday. Yes. You've waited so long. You've waited long enough. Today would be the day. As a matter of fact, right now, since I'm telling you about this, you realize, oh, damn, I forgot to do that. Okay. It's easy. ProFlowers.com. And for a limited time, you can save 20% on your next purchase from ProFlowers by using the promo code X96 at ProFlowers.com. Now, I would suggest that you do like I did with ProFlowers and get it's a wonderful bouquet of roses and lilies, and it's a nice mixture. Comes with the vase, comes with the plant food. ProFlowers has really got this figured out how to do it right. So I would suggest that. But I would also remind you that their Valentine's Day selection is going fast, so you need to hurry. So if you're looking for a way to say, you mean the world to me, send them a bouquet with ProFlowers. All right? So remember, promo code X96 for 20% off of your next purchase, just like I did. That's ProFlowers.com and the promo code X96.
Carrie, you're close, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
Yes.
You're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now. You're
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame,
Yes.
they've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those baby dolls that have been around forever. It's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's why that was
Okay.
of note.
and then Jenga. Now that's a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's
It's
I
a
mean,
toy. It's-
you don't necessarily. I mean, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And that dates back to
Hopscotch.
even further. I mean, further caveman times. I mean,
That's. Ugh, want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't. There were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo.
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
Not yet.
Oh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love Briar horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright. Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
My Little Pony. Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
Oh, He-Man.
Skeletor,
I'm
is
not
that
in
what
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry. Tamagotchi and Yahtzee. Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So-
Breyer horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like, the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
Don't you want to go dig them up?
yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses,
Seabiscuit,
or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr.
you
Red.
could get. Yeah,
Flicka,
or they were just breeds. Like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes,
Palomino,
yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with. Oh, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
No, they're
so you
horses.
could drive them around. Well, yeah, but you want to be able to
No, you do. Like.
pretend that they're galloping.
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes those were special ones, but they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be in there,
Obvious, yeah.
should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these. Let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball in a cup? Is Ball in a cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did like 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books,
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and
Wait a
Matchbox
minute.
cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on the
don't you
planet right now. So,
But don't you start with, where we started? You
Well,
start with Ball in a Cup and bingo.
Well,
I
and
agree with you. I
Coloring
agree with you.
books.
I mean, number one, the first place they started was, playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where,
That's number one.
yeah, that's number one.
that should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You saved Magic
yeah.
the Gathering for
Exactly.
several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
All right, 6:23. Let's get this over with.
Yes, indeed. We will officially begin the show here, and then we'll go to check-ins at 877-602-9696. People can call and just help me wake up. I'm not fully here. It'll probably not be unless you help me wake up with your check-ins. I probably won't be fully here until near the end of the show.
Bill's asking for your help.
Yeah.
Won't you please give?
877-602-9696. But let's do the official opening, shall we?
Now at Strong Volkswagen, get thousands and thousands off MSRP. StrongVW.com.
The moon, it's a new moon, essentially. It's 0.2% of full. It started on its way now to being a full moon, so it's a waxing moon. The moon will rise today at 7:48 a.m. Today being, okay, I got to do this off the top of my head. Let's see. Today being Thursday. Right?
Yes.
It's the 11th day.
Yes.
Okay. Of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2021.
Very good.
Okay. Let's see. This is day, I got that written down, 318 of us doing our shows from home because of the coronavirus pandemic. Okay, I got that part. Mm-hmm. It's Black History Month, right? Mm-hmm. That's right. It's so this would be the 11th day of Black History Month. And what happened? I know something significant happened on this day. Oh yeah, Nelson Mandela, in 1990, was released from a South African prison after being detained. They called it, he was being detained for 27 years.
Yeah, detained sounds like something that's like a few hours.
Yeah, just hold on there. Could we just get you to just sit right there for a couple minutes, okay? That's all being detained. And then it turned into 27 years as he was a political prisoner in South Africa. There's your Black History Month fact of the day. What else? Let's see. Oh, you're listening to the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, me, sleepy-eyed Bill Allred. Gina Barberi is here. She's the, what does that mean when you say she's the distaff member of the Radio from Hell show? There's the staff, and then there's the distaff. That sounds demeaning, doesn't it?
It does.
I think it is demeaning, and no one says it anymore.
So let's not say it then.
Well, I won't. Gina Barberi, full-fledged Lord of Morning Radio, right there. Katie, for short, is in our studio downtown Salt Lake. She's running the show, and I think only Miriam is there today, helping out in the producer's booth. And now, let's see, what do we do here?
Here,
check-ins?
distaff. I looked up distaff.
Yeah,
Distaff, okay.
So a distaff holds a bundle of fibers ready to be spun into yarn or thread, and since spinning was a basic daily task customarily done by women, the distaff came to be the symbol for woman's work.
Ah.
I see.
So I am the woman's work.
They would often
Radio
refer
from
to it husband and a wife. The wife was the distaff part of the partnership.
Yeah, but I'm not spinning any. I might tell a tale, but I'm not spinning any yarn.
You do any? God, that was terrible. Do you do any woman's work?
No.
You don't do any women's work?
Like what? What's women's work?
Well,
Needlepoint?
Well, Gina, you
crochet?
you had babies.
Yeah,
And
well,
that's
I did
what that
work.
song is about, this woman's work, right? Kate Bush?
I birthed babies. But no, do I do any, like, crafty sewing
You don't
things?
go into the kitchen and bake a pie?
Nope. I would like to be a pie baker. I
Me
could
too.
do pie.
I would like to as well, but I always say to myself, I am going to learn how to be a great pie baker. I've said that for years, and I never do it. I buy frozen crust at the grocery store and a bottle of filling and dump it in there.
And I am not crafty at all in any way.
I just take a short drive to this place I discovered that makes pies. Here's the thing, when you buy whole pie, you get the whole pie, right? That's too much pie, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's just like me and Sue, that's too much pie, right? Well, there's this place out on the west side that makes wonderful pies, not just dessert pies, but fruit pies.
Uh-huh.
And they're just like this big. They're
Half pie?
They're I wouldn't even call it a half pie, but they're, maybe 6 inches round?
Baby
maybe
pie?
Is that a hand pie? Would that
It's not
be
a hand pie. It's a proper tiny pie.
It's a pilot.
Yeah, could be a pilot.
Yeah.
And so that's just enough pie.
Let's see. Oh, I just got a text from our friend Ivy at Booze Teak. She said something significant happened on this day today. This is the day my daughter was born. So, I mean, I don't think Ivy had a baby today. I think that she means her daughter, who was like a teenager,
Yeah.
was born.
Happy birthday.
All right.
Oh, no, that's Nicole. That's all right. It's our friend Nicole, not Ivy. That's her baby's name is Ivy.
Oh, that's right.
There we go.
Let's see. We have somebody on the phone, but I couldn't hear Katie when she said it. Who?
So who is it?
Johnny is on the phone.
Hi, Johnny.
All right, Johnny.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yep.
I'm going to do it in my best voice. It's 4:30. Time for milking. Wake up, Bill.
Wow.
It's 4:30.
This is a long-time listener. Is what
Time
These
for
guys,
milking.
what that
Wake
is,
up.
yeah.
Yeah. That was back in the old days of KJQ, and at 4:30 in the afternoon, was it Biff Raff who was on?
Well, I think Todd still uses it at the
Does
end.
he?
Oh, does he still?
I think he does.
You may.
Really? Good for him.
That's a line from the movie
Witness.
Witness.
4:30.
The
Time for
Amish
milking.
guy waking up Harrison Ford,
Yeah.
but I can't do it in the Amish accent that he does.
Well, Johnny, thank you for doing that anyway. Thanks. It didn't
Thank
really
you.
wake me up, but thanks for calling us.
Thanks. Have a great day, guys.
You
All
too.
right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Johnny. All right. Anybody else sneak in? Don't think so, right? All right, that's fine. Traffic, please, Gina.
Well, let's see if people are sneaking around on the roads. You don't have to sneak. You can just open her up. Let's see what she can do. Because there's no one. You're fine. You got room. You got room to move.
So Gina is encouraging you to put the pedal to the metal. Open it. What she meant by open her up, she meant a car, not a person, okay?
No, don't open people up.
Open her up and let's see what she can do.
Yeah, you're good. But maybe there's something that's not good, and you need to tell us about it. You can text us at 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. Big boy news and opinioendo. We'll throw in some geek news as well. And Beat Gina coming up at 7 o'clock. Oh, boy. It's Burt Reynolds trivia.
It's for a face mask, a Radio from Hell face mask, that you have an excellent chance of winning.
It's real easy, Burt Reynolds trivia.
Okay.
I made it real easy.
Okay.
Multiple choice.
There's no way you can't win.
Be
a
ready to
Radio
play
from
it.
Hell.
Yes, be ready to play. Coming up at 7 with Beat Gina. YoungSubaru.com is the website. You can go there, go shopping, take a look around and see what Young Subaru has. And then once you've figured out, I think I'd be interested in something. 3920 Riverdale Road, South Ogden. It's the old neighborhood, as we used to say. 2021 is here, and there are better days ahead, so move forward with a new Subaru from Young Subaru in Ogden. I'm a fan of Subarus. I've owned 3 in my lifetime because they're a quality vehicle. They're built to last. They're safe. That's the other thing, because I totaled one and walked away from it. They're reliable, and it's a tremendous value. Now, this is a great deal. Now until March 1st, lease a new 2021 Subaru Crosstrek CVT for only $209 per month. You can start your adventure this year with confidence in a new Subaru from Young Subaru on approved credit, 36 months lease term, $10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. $2,000 due at signing. Offer expires March 1st, 2021. See Young Subaru for details. They will take care of you. Think young, drive young. YoungSubaru.com.
The music starts.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's. You
I
know,
like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Gina, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to.
It's a
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynist.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife.
Okay, now we do have Beat Gina coming up. Be ready to call in for that at 877-602-9696. But right now, big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Oh, thank you.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind. An original. I think somebody might miss him. I thought he was dead. Larry Flynt has passed away at the age of 78. Founder of Hustler magazine. One of the men's so-called men's magazines like Playboy, Penthouse, whatever. You know, there were a bunch of them at one point. Larry Flynt published the raunchiest one, Hustler. He was controversial. He had a porn empire. It wasn't just the magazine. He had all his. I don't know how to put this. I'll say his fingers were in all kinds of. No, I don't want to say
Well,
that.
you could put it that way if you like.
But he. Thanks, Larry. Speaking from beyond the grave.
Beyond the grave.
Family sources say that he passed away on Wednesday morning in Los Angeles, heart failure. For nearly 50 years, Flynt had been one of the biggest names in the adult entertainment industry. He
And a
launched,
champion of the First Amendment.
yeah,
Most people forget that, yeah.
So he launched Hustler magazine in 1974, which brought him fame and fortune, but it also people hated him because he was a porn guy.
You're a porn.
But he also published things that were controversial politically. And
he was very politically active.
I think the thing he got sued for was, as I recall, it was something about what's
You're
his
gonna
name?
make me look.
It was a cartoon
Yeah, it was a cartoon about
the Reverend
Falwell, Jerry Falwell, and Jerry Falwell said, "I'm going to sue because." And Larry Flynt, they went to court and the First Amendment rights, and this is parody and political parody, and this is what and the court said, "Yep, protected free speech," and he became a champion of free speech rights, which got him shot.
Yes.
Someone tried to assassinate Larry Flynt because of this, shot him in the back in 1978. I forgot about this. The Utah connection.
Yes.
The guy who shot him was Joseph Paul Franklin.
Oh,
Joseph
really?
Paul Franklin.
How did I not know that?
Joseph Paul Franklin was then after he was arrested for shooting Larry Flynt. It came to be they'd been on the look. They'd been looking for Joseph Paul Franklin ever since he shot 2 black men in Liberty Park here in Salt Lake. Shot and killed 2 guys in Liberty Park when they were jogging. And
Well, they were specifically 2 black men jogging with a white woman.
yeah,
Remember, that was
Well,
that
we
was the
can't have
reason.
that.
That was the reason he did it. He was a religious zealot.
yeah. Joseph Paul Franklin, and then I think he was. As I recall, they knew that it was Joseph Paul Franklin who had done that killing in Liberty Park, but he was a fugitive. And
But they
then
caught him because he shot Larry Flynt.
when he shot Larry Flynt, I think that's when they caught him. It left Larry paralyzed from the waist down, confined to a wheelchair, and he suffered from constant pain and other medical issues as a result. Then somebody made a movie about all of this, and
Woody
it was called
Harrelson.
it was called The People versus Larry Flynt, and Woody Harrelson and Mrs. Cobain,
Courtney Love.
Courtney Love.
Althea.
Played
Oh.
Althea.
Yeah.
And she was good in it, actually.
Yeah.
She was. I believe she was nominated for an Academy Award,
She may have been.
and I think she maybe even won it.
She didn't win it, but she
It's
was
actually a
nominated.
pretty good little movie. And it tells the story perfectly. And a lot of people didn't know that's, you have Larry Flynt to thank for a lot of your First Amendment rights. Because
And
at
Woody
that
Harrelson
time,
has Larry Flynt to thank
Yes.
for giving him a career as a serious actor.
as a serious actor.
Everybody said, well, we're going to have Woody Harrelson play. Larry Flynt. Is it what, that stupid bartender from Cheers? What?
Yeah.
That was his big break.
Well, at that time, that was all going down. The religious right was really starting to get a lot of political muscle, and they were starting to flex it, and they were going to push it, and they had enough politicians in their pocket that they could have. But luckily, Larry Flynt had the money to fight back.
But Larry Flynt was also he was a scumbag as well.
Yes, he was.
His magazine, Barely Legal, was a big hit, for instance.
No, he would say, I'm a scumbag, I'm a pornographer. Don't call me a magazine editor, I'm a pornographer, I'm a pornographer.
That's right. Larry Flynt, dead at the age of 78.
And he had a gold wheelchair.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I love my wheelchair.
Yeah, gold-plated wheelchair.
Yep.
And
Bruce solid Springs... gold is a soft metal. You can't. You don't want a wheelchair made out of solid gold. No,
gold plating is very classy, Larry.
That's much better. Yes, there you go. I'll be back. Bye bye.
Bruce Springsteen arrested and charged with a drunken driving charge in New York, I believe. In New Jersey. He was pulled. I don't know. Was he driving a Jeep? I'm not sure.
He better be.
But he. Or
he better have Wendy on the back of his motorcycle.
Oh, this happened months before the Super Bowl commercial.
This was back in the fall, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's coming out now. But.
Yeah, because he was in the Super Bowl. They had kind of kept it quiet. It wasn't big news, but because of the Super Bowl commercial, when he was driving a white Jeep and urging a divided country to find middle ground, he was charged with drunken driving in New Jersey. Mr. Springsteen was arrested November 14th in Gateway National Recreation Area, which is a national park.
Oh, so he wasn't out on the road. He was just tearing up the great outdoors.
Yeah.
It includes beaches, hiking trails, and an abandoned military fort. According to the police report, he was driving while drunk, reckless driving, and drinking alcohol in a closed area. Springsteen was cooperative with the police when they arrested him, and there you go. Oh, because the arrest occurred in a national park, federal prosecutors are handling the case.
Oh, that's why it's an even bigger deal.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right. Let's see now. Let's move on to other stuff. You have trouble finding an N95 mask? Do you want one of them? They are the best, the gold standard of masks. They say if you have an N95 mask, don't double up with that one. All
the other ones do.
They're saying you probably should double up your masks for better protection. But the N95, as a matter of fact, they say don't try to double up because you won't be able to breathe. But a year into the pandemic, the virus-filtering N95 is the gold standard, coveted protective gear. Continuing shortages have forced doctors and nurses to reuse their N95 masks. And I think I mentioned last week I heard Dr. Fauci. Was it Dr. Fauci? It was, or a CDC expert saying, you can reuse the N95 mask. Oh, no, it wasn't Fauci. It's a guy who, a Los Angeles scientist who runs a mask campaign. He said that you can reuse the N95 several times. Don't worry about it. And if you're worried about disinfecting it at all, put it in the oven. On a very low temperature, like a warming temperature.
What's for dinner?
Yeah, leave it in there.
Masks.
But continuing shortages of N95s has forced doctors and nurses to reuse them, and ordinary Americans are looking everywhere for them. But there's a guy in Miami. He has plenty. Louis Agrelo Jr. He has N95 masks for sale, 30 million of them.
Does he now?
Yes.
Well,
his family.
Let's get those out.
Yeah.
After the pandemic exposed the need for those masks, a lot of people started, making them. And his family business, they started to make them, but they have not been able to get federal approval that would allow the mask to be marketed.
Oh.
So, but I guess they're good. But they just haven't got you got to get a federal stamp of approval. It's bureaucracy causing the problem there. Utah reported an additional 1,299 COVID cases yesterday, 17 more deaths. So we've been under 1,000 for a few days, and now it looks like it may be, well, it's too soon to say whether it's leveled off or inching back up. The impeachment trial yesterday, I don't know if you watched any of that or listened to it.
Yeah, I watched too much of it.
I listened to quite a lot of it. Mitt Romney, it turns out, played a key role in the impeachment presentation by the House managers. He had a kind of a cameo appearance on a piece of security tape, and I guess he didn't know at the time how much danger he was really in, but the House managers showed Mitt Romney. He's walking through a hallway, and he's going to go down a hall, and then this officer, Capitol Police Officer Goodman, I believe his name is, said, no, don't come this way. Don't come this way. The mob is here. They're coming for. And Mitt Romney turns around and just runs down the hall the other way.
And then you see the mob seconds later. They were right there.
You can see Officer Goodman running to respond to the breach in the. They broke through some doors. The mob broke through some doors. Officer Goodman passed Senator Romney and directed him to turn around and get going, which he did.
Well, it's no big deal because
everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan once in a while.
Yeah,
we're going to have Mike Lee as a boner candidate next hour, I believe. Not in the first round. I think he's in the second round. He was just at the end.
He's an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment.
And he just went off yesterday at the end of the impeachment hearing, and people were looking around. His Republican colleagues and the Democrats are all going, what? What is he talking about?
And he's a liar.
Yes, he is a liar.
And he is a liar.
Absolute
liar. He made a
liar.
big deal out
of something that did happen, which he is saying this. He's saying it didn't happen.
But we have the tapes.
And nobody cares really, because the House impeachment managers at some point said, "Okay, look, this is such a minor point to our case. We'll take it out of the record. Fine. It doesn't mean anything. We just mentioned this in passing."
We'll go into it later. People probably don't know what we're talking about.
It's funny that Mike is embarrassing us now. I thought for sure Burgess Owens would have done something bigger by now to embarrass us. I thought he was going to beat, but apparently not. Okay.
Well, he's just a representative, Mike Lee's a senator, so he can really be embarrassing.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, congratulations to Dixie High School's drill team. They won 2 of the 3 categories at the 4A state championships at UVU on Wednesday to secure the state championship. It's Dixie's 4th title in the past 6 years.
What high school?
Dixie High School.
What? I'm not. It's called what again?
Dixie High School. I don't know if they're going to be changing their name too. I guess they probably should think about it, maybe. But
yeah.
But they won, the drill team, because that's a sport I used to be involved in. Weather. So we've got warm before the storm. Really warm today, high of 51, mostly cloudy, slight chance of rain today. And then this weekend, we're going to actually have quite a bit of rain down here in the valleys and quite a bit of snow in the mountains over the next few days, it looks like. 90% chance of a rain tomorrow, 80% of rain/snow on Saturday, Sunday. So hopefully we'll be getting some of that snowpack back up. Looks like this weekend should be a good weekend for that. Traffic, we have, I thought I saw a friend of the program send in an accident report. Let's see, accident left lane 6 south between 4th and 3rd west. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986. That's the brought to you by Scott Hale, giving back to their customers during free brewery. Free. Follow Scott Hale on Facebook, Instagram, and be the first for a new free brewery offer.
All right. Geek News brought to you by?
It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store at Dr. Volts.
You can call up now and line up to beat Gina at 877-602-9696 and get one of those Radio from Hell face masks. Do it now. All right. Short geek news today. Gina Carano, we'll get to her. coming up.
Yeah.
She is a boner candidate. We'll have all that. I'll encapsulate the Gina Carano stuff coming up in the boner candidate. But the other one that you may have heard of is Joss Whedon.
Yeah.
He's been having a lot of trouble lately because of the Justice League and Ray Fisher investigation. It's just been kind of simmering in Hollywood. And Joss is... I don't know if anyone wants to work with Joss anymore. Charisma Carpenter, who was on Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel, as Cordelia was the character's name.
And is that where Josh Whedon really cut his teeth and became a thing?
He became known as someone who could write dialogue for women and wrote empowering women characters. Because Buffy and Angel were filled with them. But he apparently didn't treat Charisma Carpenter too well. She released a 2-page statement yesterday detailing a lot of the stuff that Joss did, and I'm just going to let you read it because it's really disturbing.
Okay.
It just makes me sad because the original Avengers movie, written and directed by Joss Whedon, is one of my favorites. And I love that movie so much, and it just makes me sad to hear about Joss Whedon being a dick.
Give us just a little taste of something that she alleges that he said.
Well, she was pregnant. She got pregnant during the filming.
Yeah. A closed-door meeting after she became pregnant where she says, Whedon asked me if I was going to keep it and manipulatively weaponized my womanhood and faith against me. He processed to attack my character, mock my religious beliefs, accused me of sabotaging the show, and then unceremoniously fired me the following season once I gave birth. That's true. She left the show early. So that's one of the things that she details in this 2-page. She has a lot of different instances. Let's see. Oh, Bill, I know you're a fan of The Wizard of Oz.
Of course.
And this is a question that often comes up when we talk about our favorite movies. Things like, what if they remade Jaws?
That is the movie I've probably seen. Actually, I said Jaws. I'd seen The Wizard of Oz is the movie I've seen the most times in my life.
Well, how do you feel about a remake?
Do we need that? Isn't it fine just on its own?
I wouldn't be against that. I mean,
okay. So director Nicole Castle, who is from the Watchmen TV series, she has been tapped by New Line, which is owned by Warner Brothers, to do a remake of The Wizard of Oz. Now, the book is in the public domain. Anybody can make a Wizard of Oz movie. But here's the thing, is that Warner still owns the 1939 film The Wizard of Oz. So unlike previous adaptations of the work, this one can borrow the iconic elements from that film, including the ruby slippers, if they want. So that's the difference. But she's very excited about it. She said, the musical is part of my DNA. I'm exhilarated and humbled. So Wizard of Oz is a priority project for the studio and will be
Of course, they already did do a remake of it. The Wiz, Michael Jackson.
Ease on down the road.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Let's see. There's a lot of casting news. I won't get to that. Oh, but the big casting news is that this movie... it's an HBO TV series called The Last of Us, based on a video game, which is kind of a zombie apocalypse kind of a movie. They finally cast the 2 leads, and the geek world is really excited, especially if you're a Game of Thrones fan, because you got Pedro Pascal will be starring in it. He'll be playing Joel, the lead character, and Bella Ramsey, Lyanna Mormont from Game of Thrones, is going to be playing the girl Ellie, as a 14-year-old orphan who has never known anything but a ravaged planet and who struggles to balance her instinct for, So that's big news for the geeks.
Oh, she was she was the tough little princess in Game of Thrones, right?
The one, she was
good.
She was cool. So anyway, she will be playing the other lead in that, and geeks are very excited about that. So. There you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, friend of the program says accident left lane 6 south between 4th and 3rd west. Thank you for sending that in. Maybe you see something you think friends of the program should know about. You can text it to us, 33986, if it's safe for you to do that. Scott Hale is giving back to their customers during February. Pay a mere $30 for a furnace tune-up. Get a free standard filter. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right. 877-602-9696. Call now. Line up to beat Gina at Burt Reynolds Trivia. Easy multiple choice Burt Reynolds Trivia.
You could win a...
Yeah, you're going to.
You're going to win a Radio from Hell face mask, which is a perfect mask for doubling up.
Exactly.
You put your ugly mask on, and then you put the cool Radio from
good-looking
Hell mask over the top of it.
Exactly. All right, so we'll get to that. Harmon's for Valentine's Day.
Gina, you go to Harmon's at least 3 times a week, I know.
I do, and I saw they've got a great Valentine's display, and on that display, they've got a bunch of really delicious, interesting, different chocolates, maybe ones you haven't tried before that would make a great gift. They have great bakery items, and their bakery items are all delicious because they use real butter.
Yeah,
Yes.
But hold it.
What?
You know what's going on at Harmon's starting today, don't you?
What's that?
Today starts the dipping. Chocolate dipping day starts at Harmon's today. So take your family members in, get them all dipped in chocolate.
No. It's like the strawberries.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they even do pineapple. I think they do those.
You know what I like dipped in chocolate? Grapes. Oh, man,
yeah.
they're good.
So while you're there shopping for those goodies, make sure you get some flowers too. They have beautiful fresh cut flowers and also potted plants, orchids, succulents.
If you want to see what's going on for Valentine's at Harmon's, just go to harmonsgrocery.com.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's So my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human, other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? You know. And then when
happy you were home.
and then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
It's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we'd put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
the smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
And now, even if you don't love the game, you love the host of the game. That is when the game show host is the host that's in the studio right now. Here he is to elevate what may have been called the most simplistic game show ever devised.
Really? Oh.
He's going to raise it to a level of excellence. Yes, we're talking about Beat Gina and our fine host, who will take the Beat Gina game show by the shoulders and shake some lively entertainment into it. It's a skill possessed by only one man, the host who is the toast of the game show world. Here he is, wearing clothing furnished by Mr. You-Know-Who of Salina, Utah, Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you very much, Johnny.
You're welcome.
All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. Let's meet Gregory.
Hello, Gregory.
Hello, Gregory. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Oh, there he is.
All right, there's Gregory. Gregory, you're going. If you beat Gina at this Burt Reynolds trivia game, you're going to win a Radio from Hell face mask, and you're going to need it for at least the rest of the year. But if she beats you, if she beats you, what are you going to give to her? What are you going to do?
We set up to have them donate to the Cameo restaurant on 23rd East to 33rd South.
Okay.
Nice.
It's my favorite Japanese restaurant.
All right.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Support our local businesses. Thank you
Yes.
for doing that.
All right, Gregory, I'm going to toss a coin. Use the coin toss app to decide who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, please?
Heads.
It is tails. Oh, that means Gina goes first. All right,
Yes.
This first question is for Gina exclusively, Gregory. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If she gets it wrong, you get a chance to answer it correctly, steal the point away, and we'll go back and forth like that until one of you has 3 points, and that's the win. Burt Reynolds trivia.
Understood, Admiral.
Thank you. He was born on this day a long, long time ago. Burt Reynolds' birthday. He's dead now. Okay, here we go. Gregory, or no, it's not Gregory. Gina's question. First question. Gina, in the movie Deliverance, remember that movie?
Oh, yeah.
It's these four main characters. They take this trip down the river, and it's harrowing.
Bad
experience.
things happen.
In Deliverance, which of the four main characters didn't make it through the trip down the river? Was it A, Ronnie Cox, B, Ned Beatty, C, Burt Reynolds, or D, John Voight?
Is it Ned Beatty?
Ned Beatty made it. I'm terribly sorry.
Terribly
Gregory.
sorry.
Gregory, do you have an answer to this question?
I'm going to go with Burt.
According to my sources, Ronnie Cox is the correct answer. Although, as
No points for
as I
anyone.
recall, Burt died as well, but I can only go by what is on this piece of paper.
Yes, I thought it was Burt Reynolds myself, but
there you go.
So nobody gets a point, but
Again.
you, Gregory, you control the question.
Gregory, why was Burt Reynolds rejected for the breakout role in the movie Sayonara? Was it A, he'd been impeached twice, B, because he looked too much like the star of the movie, Dom DeLuise, C, because he looked too much like the star of the movie, Marlon Brando, or D, his huge forehead was a distraction to the casting director?
Gregory.
Gregory.
C.
C.
Because he looked too much like Marlon Brando? That is correct. Yes.
That's 1 point for Gregory. Gregory, are you going to be able to make it to the end of the game? I'm just
worried about his energy, are you?
He's good. He's fine.
All right, Gina, you control the question.
All right. Gina.
Yes.
In the movie The End.
Yes.
What does the title refer to? Is it A, the very last thing in the movie, which is any similarity to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental? B, divorce. C, death. Or D, 3, which is the number of licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, as proven by Dom DeLuise.
It's death. It's C.
It is death.
Yes, that's correct. It's 1 to
1.
1 to 1.
1 to 1.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
Gregory's
So,
question.
Gregory, who co-starred with Burt Reynolds in the movie Sharky's Machine? Was it A, Steve Agee, the comedian who played the part of King Shark? B, Rachel Ward. C, comedian Artie Johnson who played the character Mr. Jaw? Or D, Jill Clayburgh?
Wow. I'll go with C.
Artie Johnson?
Artie Johnson.
Who played Mr. Jaw?
I think that's probably not correct.
That is incorrect.
Gina, chance to steal.
Is it Rachel Ward? No, Jill Clay.
What's
Gina,
your
chance to
answer?
steal. Gina, are you going to make it to the end of the game?
We're running out of time.
Jill Clayburgh.
Incorrect. Rachel
No.
Ward is the answer.
All
that
right,
we're
but now
looking for.
you're still tied up, knotted in this gripping game.
Yes.
With the easiest trivia on the planet.
Where's the Smokey and the Bandit questions?
There aren't any.
Yeah.
That's what I've been waiting for.
There aren't any.
All right, Gina, you control the question.
Okay.
Chance to go
All right.
ahead.
All right. So whose question is this? Gina's
Gina.
question? All right. In The Man Who Loved Cat Dancing,
What?
what does...
Who did this?
Again, I'm only as good as the information I've given.
I know.
The Man Who Loved Cat Dancing, what does cat dancing refer to?
Oh,
Is it A, a person, B, it's a sex thing, it involves a ball of string, C, a place, or D, the scratching post?
A place?
Incorrect,
purse?
Gregory.
Gregory? Yeah, here's what I'm going to suggest, Carrie.
Yes?
That when you read the answers, you emphasize the correct one.
Do I need to do that?
I think so.
Gregory, what's the
I
answer?
guess. Let's go with A.
A person. That is correct. It was his wife was a Shoshone Indian named Cat Dancing.
All right. The score is 2-1 for Gregory, and Gregory controls the question.
Okay.
All right.
Wrap it up, Gregory.
Wrap it up, Gregory. What big roles did Burt Reynolds turn down? Was it A, James Bond and Han Solo? B, Captain America and Hannibal Lecter? C, Captain Picard and Counselor Troy? Star Trek loves Burt. Or D, Laura Croft and Turd Ferguson?
It's A. I'm certain.
That is correct. Thank you.
Greg, what's the answer?
James Bond and Han Solo. He turned them both down.
I didn't know he turned down James Bond.
Apparently. According
All
to
right.
this piece of paper in front of me, that's...
Gregory, congratulations. You have won. It's better than an N95 mask because it's an X96 mask.
I just call BS on not one Smokey and the Bandit question in there at all.
There's not even a Cannonball Run.
No, or Cannonball Run.
Okay, well, here. Which movie does not include Burt Reynolds in the cast?
Okay.
Okay.
Is it A, Cannonball Run, B, Smokey and the Bandit, C, The Gumball Rally, or D, Starting Over?
Starting over.
Starting over.
He was in the Starting Over.
Yeah,
he
he
was
was.
not in The Gumball Rally.
Oh, he was in Starting Over with Jill Clayburgh.
With
as a
Jill
matter of fact.
Clayburgh, you remember. All right. Hang on, Gregory. We'll get your mailing info.
What?
There's plenty of blame to go around here. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
A friend of the program sent in this single vehicle rollover near 80th South River Bottoms Road in Spanish Fork. Only occupant was out and walking around with ambulance arriving. So
Okay.
there's that. Don't have any other accidents to tell you about, so that's the good news. You've got flowage everywhere I can see on the UDOT cameras. If you do see something, though, that needs to be passed along to friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986.
We have Boners Round 1 coming up, and I Googled Deliverance, and it is true.
Yes.
Ronnie Cox is the only one who dies. I thought Burt
Oh, I
Reynolds
thought Burt
did.
died,
no.
too.
No,
Oh, okay.
Burt
right.
does not. Burt
All
makes
right.
it out alive.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so now here we go. Boners Round 1. Here are the candidates. Number 1, Vaccine Chasers. Number 2, The Last Straw for Cara Dune. And number 3, well, I done it because he loved animals.
All right. There you go. We got round 1 of your boners. We got big boy news all coming up. Stand by for that. ProFlowers.com is the website to go to, and y'all know I use ProFlowers all the time. I don't wait for just holidays. I use them all the time because I like to have fresh flowers in my house, and ProFlowers has figured out a way to not only deliver them in a timely fashion, but they come in this fabulous box that keeps them all fresh and safe, and it comes with a vase and the plant food, and all you have to do is follow the instructions, and they will last. I've had bouquets of flowers last me at least a month when I've used ProFlowers in the past, always. And for a limited time, because, you know, Sunday is Valentine's Day, you can save 20% off of your next purchase from ProFlowers by using the promo code X96 at ProFlowers.com. So it's Valentine's Day. Another great thing is there's a little place where you can fill out a card and have it in the box. So it's to, from, and, say some nice things about them. Like, you mean the world to me. You could put that in the card. Send them a bouquet with ProFlowers. Their Valentine's Day selection is going fast, though, so you better hurry. Remember the promo code X96 for 20% off of your next purchase. That's ProFlowers.com and the promo code X96.
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing.
That's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on
the... Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the... Now, they say...
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be. But it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
pause.
That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people. And I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
to help them cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated.
it's
It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Three news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these three candidates which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Boner means mistake. Bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. Keep that in mind. Two candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all three, you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number one, vaccine chasers. From Slate News, this story, in a feature that they're doing called Vaccine Diaries, stories about distributing the vaccine from various places around the country. This one is someone who runs a vaccine distribution center in Los Angeles. Since last March, the 18 clinics that I run in South and Central Los Angeles have been on the front line of COVID-19. Like many providers, we've faced unbelievable obstacles throughout the pandemic. To name a few, there was some shady business that popped up in the midst of the crisis to make a quick buck on masks and gloves. There was a scramble to shift appointments to telehealth when many patients don't have the internet access.
Yep.
But now that the COVID-19 vaccine is being rolled out and we have a supply, we're faced with another crisis that is just unbelievable. Mobs of angry vaccine chasers. Our clinics serve more than 100,000 people, most of whom are Latino and black, and many of whom are extremely low income. And we are the largest COVID-19 distributor or vaccine center in Los Angeles. And these people need the vaccine. They deserve the vaccine. But every morning, people come and set up lawn chairs, and they sit there with their laptops and their computers, and they sit there hoping that they will be able to crowd in line and get a vaccine without an appointment. They intimidate the clients who have appointments. They yell at the healthcare providers. Jeez. One man even spit at a security guard who wouldn't let him cut in front of an 82-year-old black woman who had an appointment.
Oh, man.
They demand to use our bathrooms. These people are awful. They don't have appointments. You only should show up if you have an appointment. Boner candidate number one, vaccine chasers. Here's boner candidate number two. I guess it's the last straw for Cara Dune. Mandalorian co-star Gina Carano will not be making another appearance in that hit show, Lucasfilm announced after she was accused of comparing Republicans to Jews living in Nazi Germany in an Instagram post. Carano took to her Instagram story on Wednesday with a shared post from another user referencing the plight of Jews living under the Third Reich and drawing a broader point about the persecution of political opponents and particularly the persecution of Republicans, as she.
It's a horrible post, and I have seen
Here's
it.
what it says, exactly. You want me to read that? Most people don't realize today that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews, the Post said. How is this any different from hating someone for their political views? So that's the Post that's the final straw. But I guess she has a history of doing this kind of stuff, right?
She has a history. Yeah, she has a history. She started out, and it's all because of her social media, and she's been called into the office prior to this. It started with anti-mask, then it went to anti-vax, to vaccine conspiracies, and then what really upset her co-star Pedro Pascal, because he put on his social medias, he, him,
Your pronouns.
Their pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
So she followed up with fake pronouns of beep, boop, boop.
Yeah, like
on her social
fun
media,
of,
making fun, and that's when Pedro Pascal said, I've got a sister who's trans, and this has really pissed him off. So she was called in for that reason. Saying, what did you do that for? And she took it down, of course. But
now everyone's now the people who, and who the people are saying, they fired her because she voted for Trump. That's why. She's a Trump supporter.
It's a long list of offenses, and this was the one that broke the camel's back, so to speak. They've been looking for a reason to, because she's apparently a problem. Mm-hmm. So
there you go.
It's too bad because I liked her character too, but you know what?
Boner candidate number 2, the last straw for Cara Dune. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You're going to love this one. I done it because he loved animals.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Mochi's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Mochi's has been voted Best of Utah over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Well, you must be pretty excited about this, Gina.
What's that?
Waffles and Mochi. Waffles plus Mochi.
Ooh.
Netflix.
Like a dessert?
Netflix series coming up. A 10-episode series called Waffles plus Mochi, starring a couple of Muppets and Michelle Obama.
Oh, my daughter was telling me about this yesterday.
I thought it was an actual dessert. I was excited for the dessert.
Of course, the Obamas had signed a deal with Netflix, and this will be the first. They produced some documentaries. This will be the first thing, though, that actually Michelle Obama will be starring in it. And it's a cooking show. Apparently aimed at children for the most part.
Making healthy choices. Good.
Shia LaBeouf, speaking of
people
who need to make healthy choices, his talent agency, CAA, that's a big agency too.
Yes,
they have parted ways, they say.
Wow.
And Shia LaBeouf is taking a hiatus from life, essentially. He's gone to an inpatient treatment facility.
Yeah, that's what I had heard.
Yeah, this is not going to counseling. He's hospitalized, essentially.
Yeah. Ooh.
He's been hospitalized and looking and getting treatment. He has, I guess he's come to some realizations that he's not well, and he's treated people poorly because he's not well. So, let's see. Okay. Everybody's looking forward to getting their COVID shot, their vaccination, or most people are. People are excited about it. And by the way, Spencer Cox had some good news. The governor had some good news about all of that. What is he saying? That he thinks that most Utahns will be able to be vaccinated by adults by mid-March or something like that.
April.
Is it April?
Yeah, but he said pretty much. Any adult that wants a vaccine will be able to get one by mid-April.
Yeah, Utah Community Health Centers probably are going to start getting shipments of COVID-19. The Biden administration says it's part of their effort to reach people who are very hard hit by the virus. So those will be doses that will go to low-income and low-income neighborhoods and that sort of thing. And Governor Cox says that if you want a vaccine, you should be able to get it by mid-April.
Excellent news.
Yes, it is.
Now I just want to know when when kids will be able to get it, or at least teenagers. Or
also, they're saying Johnson & Johnson and those companies are looking at the how long is this vaccine going to last? That's what they're kind of wondering. Nobody really knows, but people are saying you may have to get a COVID shot every year.
A year,
like a flu shot.
Yeah.
There will be variants, and then they'll adjust it yearly, just like they do with the flu. Maybe, but they don't.
The House impeachment managers opened their prosecution of Donald Trump on Wednesday. They gave a meticulous account of what happened during the campaign to overturn the selection of the president and to goad his supporters to join him in an attempt to overturn that. So what the House managers have done is that they're not just focusing on that invasion of the Capitol, or of the Capitol on the 6th of January. They laid out that it is a concerted campaign that started months
Over
earlier
time,
than that.
yeah.
Started in I think the earliest I heard was November, of Donald Trump trying to overturn, well, I guess probably right after the election. On November, 7th was voting day. Donald Trump started to try to overturn the results, and it led up to, culminated in that event on the 6th, but it continued after that even, until he was gone from the White House. It continued. Senator Mike Lee got involved yesterday. It's going to be a boner candidate next hour. But at the very end of the hearing, Mike Lee was apparently agitated about something. And he was writing something on a piece of paper and trying to get people's attention. He was agitated about this story that the House impeachment managers had used as part of their presentation. So when they were all cowering and hunkering down in their offices because they were afraid of the mob, the senators, and that Mike Lee's cell phone rang. And it was Donald Trump, the president.
Yeah.
Now, Donald Trump said, "Hi, Tommy," and Mike Lee said, "No, Mr. President, this is Mike Lee, Senator Lee." And so, well, can you get me Tommy Tuberville? Is he around there somewhere? And Mike Lee. Now, this is as he told a Deseret News reporter.
There's a transcript of the phone call that he made with the Deseret News reporter, word for word.
And he also told a Salt Lake Tribune reporter the same story.
Yeah.
That I took the phone over to Tommy Tuberville.
Here you go.
And I stood there and waited while he talked to the president for about 10 minutes because I wanted to make sure I got my phone back because I would need it in the chaos and the things were dangerous. And then, the Capitol Police came along and said, "We've got to get out of here."
Now, the important part of that phone call, though, and why they were using it is Tommy Tuberville told the president Mike Pence has been ushered out of the chamber. That was the important part of all of that, not whether Mike Lee got a phone call or not.
No.
And Mike Lee had a fit and wanted it struck from the record.
Struck from the record.
I just and so finally the House managers said, "Oh, okay, it's not that important to our case."
No, because that wasn't the point of that.
No.
The point was because what they were trying to say is Senator Tuberville told the president Mike Pence was gone, and immediately after that was when President Trump tweeted all the negative tweets about Mike Pence that started the mob saying, "Hey, Mike Pence." That was the important part of that, Mike, not whether you got the phone call or not, and why he made a huge deal out of something that he called the newspapers and told them about.
Yep.
I don't understand.
There's being on the record in the newspaper, and then there's being on the record in the government. See, this is all going down on the record for history.
Yeah.
See?
Mike Lee.
Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan once in a while.
And I wasn't talking about Donald Trump when I said that. I was talking about the Democrats.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's what he said. He's gone off the rails.
So you're going to give a mulligan to Hillary for her emails? No. Okay.
Mike Lee will be a boner candidate next time.
Good.
Okay. All right. Sports weather traffic.
So we have a series of significant winter storms going to impact the area Thursday night through the holiday weekend. So Thursday night through Friday, mountain snow. Thursday night through Friday evening, heaviest snow in the northern mountains. We'll have valley rain. Then Saturday into Sunday, valley rain changing to snow. Late Saturday, heavy mountain snow, especially in central and southern Utah. And then Monday into Tuesday, another storm moving in, heavy mountain snow, snow or rain in the valley. So these are a couple of different storms coming through that will be pretty significant. Today will be warm, of course, before all of that happens. Highs in the mid-50s today. Traffic, we have a crash eastbound I-80 at SR 36 on-ramp at Lake Point in Tooele County on the right shoulder. Traffic slowing just a bit around the curve of the north end of I-215 coming off west on the north interchange and heading south, but no accident to tell you about there. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. Save up to $190 off Michelin tires. Get free installation this week only with financing options available only at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I done it because he loved animals. All right, here we go. Shannon Nobles, the granddaughter of a deceased man named Fred Allen McKinney, said that around May 31st, her family began finding dead animals on her grandfather's grave. They first believed that it was just a coincidence that perhaps the animals were dying after eating some fake floral arrangements, but it kept happening. Then they came to believe somebody was putting these dead animals on the grave on purpose. The family got the cemetery's permission to set up game cameras at the headstone. Over the next several months, they recorded a person walking up to the gravesite, putting a dead animal on the headstone, and then walking back to his vehicle, a gray Dodge Journey. It was a man, but police said it looked like he was trying to conceal his identity because he was wearing a woman's windbreaker, sunglasses, and a woman's wig. Ms. Noble said she determined that it was Mr. Stroud, someone she knew, Joseph Allen Stroud, who was trying to disguise his appearance because she recognized the car. That's why. She said, that's Stroud's car. He apparently was coming to the cemetery on a regular basis and putting dead animals on her grandfather's grave. Well, they finally arrested Mr. Stroud. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes along with this, like Stroud's late wife is buried in the same row of grave sites. And they had a feud with Mr. Stroud. So they finally arrested them, and police said, and they've charged him with desecrating a grave. But they said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "Well, because I done it to show him the animals were still here and everything like that. Because you see, I know he loved animals, so I was showing him that I did it so he could enjoy it. He loved animals. That's why I put dead animals on." There's more to it than that, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But boner candidate number 3. I done it because he loved animals.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, vaccine chasers. These are people who are trying to crowd in line to get vaccinations that are going to people with appointments. This happens in L.A. apparently a lot. Boner candidate number 2, the last straw for Cara Dune. Mandalorian star Gina Carano will not be invited back to the show because of various things she has posted that are pretty outrageous.
Yeah.
And boner candidate number 3, I done it because he loved animals.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here will secure it a spot in Boner Dome and a chance to be Boner of the Day. We have round 2 coming up at 8:20. And we'll get 3 more candidates, get another winner there. Both of those winners, they'll go up against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you're picking the champion to send forward from this, round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 11, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1 Okay, BigOTires.com.
Time's running out, for the President's Day sale at Big O Tires. Through the 15th only, you can get up to $190 off a set of Michelin tires at Big O Tires, plus free installation of those tires. That's pretty
They have
great.
financing options available. Tires can be a big purchase, and that might be something that's put you off waiting to get them. You shouldn't wait because this is a great deal, and you can do it with no money down.
Find your Big O Tire store in your neighborhood because they'll get to know you, and that's really helpful when you go in there for any kind of service. They do oil changes and a lot of other kinds of service for your car too. And then tires, Big O Tires. It's right there in their name. They have the lowest price on every tire every day, and you can get up to $190 off a set of Michelin tires plus free installation, but only through the 15th for their President's Day sale. If you want to find your Big O Tire store, just go to BigOTires.com.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. He wanted to say hi.
Well,
okay.
Is it safe?
Can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. People have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw.
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah.
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is you take your away, and then you take a high cloud, and then you wear the cover. And then you have your breathe, and you come around with the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get in them, and then you grab the beer, and you get it out here, and you say, and then, the turn around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Sure. Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy, I'm just curious because, I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Oh, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Well,
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. And Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said, now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now they had to walk that back. They had to walk that back a little.
Time to award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Sausages.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Boner candidate number one was Vaccine Chasers, the account of from a person who runs vaccine clinics in Los Angeles. Hordes of vaccine chasers are overwhelming the clinics. There are people who are trying to crowd in line in front of people who have legitimate appointments. These are people who are trying to jump the line, you know, get something they don't deserve. Boner candidate number two was The Last Straw for Cara Dune. Lucasfilm says Mandalorian star Gina Carano, who plays Cara Dune, will not return to the show after Instagram posts about intolerance and things like that. And she's apparently had a history of making comments that are, and now people are saying, you just fired her because she's a Trump supporter.
No.
That's just one of the things.
Yeah, it's just a trail leading up to this, you know.
And then Boner candidate number three, I done it because he loved animals. There's something else going on there, sir. Why are you putting dead animals on this guy's grave? That's not the reason. Let's see. Billy won the promise of a T-shirt. And the winner, Cara Dune, did pretty well. Gina Carano. But no, Boner candidate number one, Vaccine Chasers, wins round one.
All right. That is the winner of round one. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out coming up. Stand by. All right. We don't have as much time as we should have for Mayor Erin Mendenhall because we're running late. But I know that she wants to talk about a couple of things. So let's dive right in. Trans girls in sports.
Yes.
Mayor Mendenhall.
Mayor?
Hello?
Mayor?
Yes.
Did we lose the mayor?
I'm here.
There you are.
Okay.
Hi.
Right.
Trans women in sports. You wanted to talk about that?
Well, there's a bill up at the state legislature, HB 302, that's trying to legislate sports. which is something we have learned the royal we in America time and time again, from high school sports all the way up through professional. That's not something we should legislate, because there's governing bodies that do that work, and in many cases, when it comes to trans athletes, they already have. But the state legislature is looking to make it difficult or impossible for trans women to compete in and participate in high school sports for girls.
This makes no sense because, like you said, those governing bodies already have in place provisions, and this has not been a problem. This is creating legislation for something that's not a problem.
It's discriminatory. That's all that it is. And Arizona last year in 2020 approved some legislation known as the Save Women's Sports Act. And it was met with incredibly active opposition from major companies, local companies as well. And it affected their ability to operate from an economics perspective, but let alone the individual impact of its citizens. Idaho did something similar and has lost a tremendous amount of support from other states, even companies who are looking to locate there, who said, I'm not investing in a state like this, and pulled those investments.
So the legislature would tell you we don't need to vote for the Equal Rights Amendment because we've already got things to take care of that. So what's their argument here other than they're just being dicks?
They want to make a statement. They want to make it's not a problem. That's not why they're doing it. They're doing it to make a statement.
That they're dicks. Okay.
Right.
I think the statement that's being made is generally that it's not fair for women's sports or girls' sports at the high school level if you have a trans woman who may have physical advantages.
But there are already trans women participating in sports, and if that were the case, they would be dominating every sport. This would be headline stories of these poor girls can't win at sport. It's not happening.
I know Troy Williams has been all over this. We ought to have him on the show to talk about it.
Something else you wanted to cover, Mayor Mendenhall?
Billboards, Mayor? Is that what you want to talk about?
Well, it's one of my favorite subjects. Billboards, because I'm not a fan of billboards in the city. But Salt Lake City has about 200 of them. And right now there's 2 bills at the state legislature that would basically take away any city's ability to regulate billboards. And it would allow all those paper billboards to just automatically upgrade into electronic, well-lit, flashing, everything electrified billboards. So they already have super land use authority where they have more rights and protections than almost any other land use authority in the state of Utah.
Yes.
And these bills look to give them more power than I think any resident of the city would like to see with electrification of these paper billboards. So get engaged, people, with your state legislature. We're more than halfway through. But please get your voices heard where you can, because you can do it through Zoom now. It couldn't be easier.
Mayor Mendenhall, always nice to hear from you. We're running short of time today. We're late, but next week I want to talk about that project that's going on. I see there's work being done on that main, is it State Street project?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, we'll talk about that next week. Yeah. Let's talk about that, okay? All right. Thanks for being with us, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, a friend of the program is saying that I-80 West at the 201 off-ramp traffic is stopped there. Thank you for sending that in. Let's see, we've got crash eastbound I-80 at SR36 on-ramp. That's in Lake Point in Tooele County, so traffic is being affected there. We've got a little bit of slowage, I-15 going through Layton, southbound through there. And getting busy, I-15 near 90 South to 72nd in Salt Lake. But no other accidents to tell you about. If you see something, you can always text it to us at 33986. Save up to $190 off Michelin tires. Get free installation this week only with financing options available only at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right. We got Sean Means coming up to talk about movies. Round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. Okay, go to your search engine and look for ZeroRez. It's ZeroRez. Yeah. Look it up.
And look up dander. See, if you have any idea what dander is, well, it's in your carpets and it's ugly stuff. And ZeroRez can get rid of it.
dander and dirt and ZeroRez
dirt and
gets
dust.
rid of.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm not that dander. God.
Bill's got his dander up. I guess.
I do.
We've all been spending more time at home, which means our homes are dirtier because we're hard on them. And you should have ZeroRez come in. And Bill, I think you have the deal there that they're running.
I do.
Right now.
Of course, ZeroRez. They'll take care of the carpet, the tile. They'll take care of your upholstery. Get everything clean in a good, no detergent or chemical fashion. And right now, pay just $25 per room cleaned. $25 per room. That's a great deal. There's a 4-room minimum. So call ZeroRez. It's 288-9376 or 2880, or go to ZeroRez and look for it on your search engine.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina, brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cat's gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Kerry.
Although I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no specifics.
It's transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that,
Is that what you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I
enjoying...
gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
I'm
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Let's do that giveaway, Gina, quickly.
Yes, it's X96's week of giveaways for Valentine's Day. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win a Harmon's $50 gift card. At Harmon's, you'll find everything you need for Valentine's Day. They'll help you make a delicious dinner at home or brighten your day with fresh flowers and chocolates. Share the love. Stop by your local Harmon's today. The keyword is flowers, Flowers, flowers. Text that to 33986.
All right. And now Sean Means Movies, brought to you by
Dr. Volts. It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces: comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Well, here he is, Sean Means. He is the film review person and culture writer for the Salt Lake Tribune. You can read Sean Means' work at sltrib.com or collected also moviecricket.net. Good morning, Mr. Means.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay. So what movies have you for us today?
We got 3 good ones, it looks like.
We got. There's a lot opening because of Valentine's and because it's a 3-day weekend. But we'll talk about 3 here. We'll start off with The Map of Tiny Perfect Things.
Okay.
This is Groundhog Day redone as a YA romance, and we have a high school boy who is stuck in this time loop where he's reliving the same day over and over again, and he's getting quite good at it. He's got like his moves choreographed to match the thing that's going to happen every day at the same time. Until one day when he sees that there's somebody else in the loop with him, another and is a girl, and they decide that they're going to try to that within this day there are many tiny perfect moments, and they're going to try to find them all. And he thinks that's the way to break the loop. And as we go, we discover that she has a very strong reason not to break the loop, and that's where the drama comes from. Okay. It's really sweet. The main people, the girl is played by Catherine Newton, who was in Freaky, who was in 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. Mm-hmm. She was in Detective Pikachu. She's going to be a big thing, and she's getting bigger and bigger every time, and she's lovely, and that's the main reason to see this.
And that's on Prime Video.
That's on Prime, and it's 3 stars.
All right, Minari.
This was last year's grand jury and audience winner at Sundance. Mm-hmm. Is finally getting out because it's now a major Oscar contender. It stars Stephen Yeun from Walking Dead. Mm-hmm. He is the patriarch of a Korean American family. He's he and his wife are first generation, and they have moved with their family to Arkansas, where they are going to start a farm and have the American way of life in Reagan's America. It's sort of a memory play because the writer director Lee Isaac Chung based this on his own parents and his own when he was a kid and they moved to Arkansas and did this. It is very emotionally powerful. It's got great humor to it. It's also got great drama. There's a lot of humor involving the little boy and his grandma and his chain smoking card playing grandmother. And it's very lovely. It's a perfectly American story, so of course it's mostly in Korean. Mm-hmm. With subtitles, which caused some level of controversy when the Golden Globes decided they were going to put it in the foreign language category, even though it's like this very American movie. But it's really great.
Is he good in it? Is he good?
Stephen Yeun, he is quite good. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
How many stars?
And it is 3.5 stars. And on sltrib.com right now, you can find my interview with Lee Isaac Chung, who, in addition to being a really cool filmmaker, is a University of Utah alum.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah. So he went to film school at the U of U.
Okay. So 3.5 for that. Judas and the Black Messiah. You're giving. I'm looking at the rating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
This is also a major Oscar contender. This is the story of Fred Hampton, who was the chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party in 1968-69. Mm-hmm. You may remember if you saw the trial of Chicago 7, he's the one sitting behind Bobby Seale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I remember.
And gets called out by the judge.
Yeah.
He at the age of 21 was a very charismatic leader of within the black community in Chicago, and gave speeches about the idea of revolution and overthrowing capitalism, which was destroying black neighborhoods and black lives in Chicago. So of course J. Edgar Hoover wants him gone.
Of course.
And so the FBI finds a car thief who is in a bind and says, "We'll let you walk if you get inside the Black Panther Party and give us information about Fred Hampton." Mm-hmm. And thus a guy named William O'Neill becomes the informant and ultimately betrayer of Fred Hampton. Mm-hmm. Brilliant cast here. Daniel Kaluuya plays Fred Hampton. Lakeith Stanfield plays William O'Neill, the informant. And the byplay between these two characters. First off, Hampton, as he is sort of growing into this role as a spokesperson and as a role model within the Black Panther Party, and O'Neill as emotionally torn because he believes in the cause, but at the same time he's getting money and stakes and so on from the FBI.
It's working for the man.
It working exactly. It is really powerfully done. The director Shaka King brings this era to life. It doesn't feel like a period piece. It feels like it could be happening now. And it's brilliant in every possible way. So 4 stars.
4 stars.
Nice.
One of those rare Sean Means 4 stars.
What's it called again?
Judas and the Black Messiah.
Judas. Yeah, Judas and the Black Messiah. Yep.
All right. On HBO
and that's
Max.
in theaters, and that's on theaters and in HBO Max. Yep.
All right.
I'm going to look for that one. That sounds
Well,
great.
thank you, Sean. Thank you so much.
Sean Means, thank you. You can read Sean's stuff again, sltrib.com, the interview with the director today, and in general, you can find his stuff at moviecricket.net. We'll talk to you next week.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, things are moving well. I don't have any accidents to report, and neither do you. You have not reported them to me. But if you see something and it's safe for you to let us know what you're seeing, you can always text it to us, 33986. Now is the time at Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets to buy. Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
All right.
Boners round 2. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, Mike Lee, angry over something that doesn't really matter. Boner candidate number 2, why make him wear a colonial noose? And number 3, your sentence wasn't harsh because, well, Cinnabon.
Round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
It's Free Brewery, isn't it?
It sure is.
It is. That's right.
Free Brewery, Scott Hale giving back to the customers in Free Brewery, or if you prefer, February. The Free Brewery deals. So how about a free, you get a free furnace with a central air system. So if you want to put in your air conditioning now, you get a free furnace with that.
That
Free
sounds
furnace.
like you'll be comfortable all year long with that deal.
You can also pay a mere $30 for a furnace tune-up and get a free standard filter. So free. It's all about the free. Follow Scott Hale on Facebook and Instagram for the new Free Brewery offers that come up from time to time. And remember, you need your furnace tuned up. This is really the best time to do it because it's $30, man. That's great. So Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Give them a call, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. There's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
Baked
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an...
Oh! Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
Got the graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a
Aw.
setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or
Yeah, it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pie as in the number, it's pie as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what, you weren't fired, but it was a.
Yeah. I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is
implementation.
what is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically, it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border sent us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
All right, 8:22, time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against winner of round 1's voting. Pretty good candidate there. That's why in this round you got to choose strategically, because this one will go up against that one at 9:20. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day between the winner of the 2 rounds. Let's get a winner now for round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a gift card for Ozora Izakaya, Japanese bar and tapas in downtown Salt Lake. It's in the old 50 West space downstairs from where Katie is right now, the X96 studio on 50 West Broadway.
Boner candidate number 1, Senator Mike Lee, angry over something that doesn't matter, something he claims that didn't happen but did happen. I don't. The second day of former President Trump's impeachment trial ended in chaos after an effort by Mike Lee, Republican, Utah, to remove remarks by the House impeachment managers from the official record. This sparked widespread confusion on the part of everyone. After the House managers announced they were wrapping up for the day, Lee stood up at his desk on the Senate floor and asked to strike comments made by the House lawmakers that related to him. Statements, this is Mike Lee speaking, statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They are not accurate, and they are contrary to fact. I move pursuant to Rule 16 that they be stricken from the record. Now, Lee appeared to be referencing statements made by Representative David Cicilline, I think is how you say it, who, while giving part of the House manager's presentation, said former President Trump tried to call Senator Tommy Tuberville on the 6th when this riot was going on. He instead got a hold of Mike Lee. Mike Lee told this story to the Deseret News. He told it to the Salt Lake Tribune that Trump called him thinking that he was calling Tuberville. Lee said he stood by while the president spoke to Tuberville so that he wouldn't lose his phone. And he told the story to both
The
and
reason
to other
we even
outlets.
know about this is because he told 2 newspaper reporters.
Yep.
There are transcripts of... That's how we even know about this, is because it came out of Mike's mouth.
Uh-huh.
Well, Mike Lee says, these statements were attributed to me repeatedly, as to which I have personal knowledge because I am the source. They're not true.
So are you saying you lied to the
newspaper?
Deseret News reporter and the Tribune? Is that what you're saying then, Mike? Because you said those things to them.
It just makes no sense.
Those 2 things can't be true. You can't.
And it's such a minor thing that the House managers just went, whatever. Take it out of the record then, fine.
Mm-hmm.
And
the
nobody...
important part of this whole thing was they are trying to establish a timeline from the time that Donald Trump sent the tweet about Mike Pence and the time that the mob started yelling, hang Mike Pence. And the timing of that seems to be when he talked to Senator Tuberville, however you say his name, that he told him Mike Pence has been ushered out of the chamber.
Yeah.
That precipitated the tweet. That's the important part of that, not Mike Lee and his phone and whatever he was going on.
And there are other things to establish that particular timeline as well. So all the Senate managers were doing was quoting the newspaper articles that Mike Lee had. He's just. Anyway.
Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan once in a while.
Yeah.
So is this his mulligan? Because I thought he had one yesterday, too. Does he get one every day? What's the rule on mulligans? One a day?
If you're a Republican, you get apparently about 300,000 of them.
He does say every once in a while. So, all right, that's boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2, why make him wear a colonial noose?
Mm-hmm.
A Maori politician in New Zealand who says a necktie is a colonial noose showed up at New Zealand's parliament not wearing a necktie, as required by the parliament. He was thrown out of the chamber, highlighting the tension that still exists between vestiges of New Zealand's colonial history and its indigenous peoples. The politician, Rawiri Watiti, co-leader of the center-left Maori Party, instead wore it's called a heitiki, which is a traditional pendant around his neck in the chamber on Tuesday.
That
in a
seems
heated
fine.
exchange.
Why is this an issue?
Because we have rules of decorum. In a heated exchange about the official dress code with Trevor Mallard, the Speaker of the House, Mr. Watiti said he was wearing Maori business attire. As he left the room, Mr. Watiti told Mr. Mallard, it's not about ties, it's about cultural identity, mate. I shouldn't have to wear what I call a colonial noose, a necktie. And you know what? It's a boner candidate that he ever had to go through that, but they did relent. The Parliament relented and said, okay, you don't have to wear a tie when you come to Parliament. Boner candidate number 2, why make him wear a colonial necktie? Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, your sentence wasn't harsh because, well, Cinnabon.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and Opinnuendo. Brought to you by...
Need a Valentine gift for your soulmate? Don't miss Haster Games Valentine Sale February 12th through the 14th with 20% off all 2-player games, board games, Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, Pokemon. Haster has it, 6831 South State, and HasterGames.com.
By the way, if you have any questions about that Mike Lee story in the Deseret News, the 10th, yesterday's edition of the Deseret News, is a story about it. Mike Lee's and the
transcripts there.
Yeah, and the reporter says this is what he said to me right here. And in the Salt Lake Tribune, let's see, was that yesterday or today? This is today's Salt Lake Tribune. Reporter says, "Here's what Mike Lee said to me. The transcript. I recorded it. Here it is."
Mm-hmm.
So if you have any questions about whether Mike Lee is a liar or not, that should settle it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Alex Trebek's family says that they would like to donate his wardrobe, Alex Trebek's wardrobe. So all of those, fine suits that he wore, he saved a lot of that. He had, closets full of,
Are they Mr. Guy?
I think they are, actually. Mr. Guy of Hollywood. His family says, we would like to donate all of his suits to a men's shelter. So
nice.
give all of this clothing to men who are in need. The donation includes 58 dress shirts, 300 neckties, or colonial nooses if you prefer, 25 polo shirts, 14 sweaters, 9 sport coats, 9 pairs of dress shoes, 15 belts, 2 parkas, and 3 pairs of dress slacks, according to the release. Of course, you'll have to be a big man to wear Alex Trebek's clothes. We were talking about this last hour. When will when all adults who want one be able to get a COVID vaccination?
Yes.
In Utah specifically.
In Utah specifically, yeah. So it says here I think this is the Tribune's issue of it, or counting of it, we will reach all of the adult population if 100% of them want the vaccine by the end of May. That's according to the Utah Department of Health Executive Director Rich Saunders. He was speaking to the State Senate Health and Human Services Committee yesterday. That's as long as the vaccine makers follow through with the increased number of doses that they've promised. So you're promising that the masks are coming off by May or June, or can we all just open up and start acting normally again? Is that what I heard?
No.
Said the committee chairman Mike Kennedy, who is apparently not very bright.
Idiot.
He spoke during. Mr. Saunders chuckled and said, "That's not what I said."
No.
And Kennedy interrupted while seemingly to mock exasperation, going, "Oh no!" The executive director continued, "I would tell you this. We've got our sights on figuring out when that is." So Rich Saunders says, we are thinking about a time where you will be able to take the mask off and not have to wear it. But
it will be based on the numbers of cases and hospitalizations.
Exactly.
Because so we can look at it and go, well, all these people have been vaccinated, and we're seeing the results of that in that not many people are getting sick and going to the hospital.
Yeah.
That is when that will happen. No one can predict what day that is.
We can't do that now.
Saunders said that the state is counting on increased doses of the Pfizer and Moderna 2-dose vaccines already approved for use in the U.S., as well as some new vaccines that are coming from Johnson & Johnson. He said about 78% of the state's 274,000 people or so, healthcare workers, first responders, teachers, and staff have gotten at least 1 dose of the vaccine so far. Compared to 43% of the estimated 241,000 Utahns 70 or older, the most recent group to become eligible. Don't think just because if you're lucky enough to have gotten both doses of the vaccine, that's great. But don't think you can't you can go out in public without your mask. You've got to wear it.
Exactly.
Utah is preparing for drive-through inoculation sites, which would be great. That'll help speed things up so you can just stay in your car. You seem dubious there, Carrie Jackson.
Well, yes, drive up, that would be great, but not everybody has a car.
Well, that's not the only way they'll do it. It'll be an option.
Let's not forget that.
If it was an option that I could take, I would certainly just drive up rather than go stand in a line somewhere. The Trump Justice Department apparently sought to block the government officials from searching Rudy Giuliani's records.
Well, what have you got to hide?
Yeah. Federal prosecutors in Manhattan wanted a search warrant to look through Rudy Giuliani's electronic records. In the final months of the Trump administration, senior Justice Department officials repeatedly sought to block federal prosecution of looking into Rudy Giuliani's stuff. I think that's been countermanded now, and they're preparing cases against Mr. Mr. Giuliani.
Get on that.
Polar bear born at Hogle Zoo.
Oh, really?
Well, not so fast.
What?
Oh,
it's a sad story.
Oh,
a mature female polar bear born at the Hogle Zoo in Salt Lake was killed during a recent breeding attempt in Detroit.
Oh.
Anana, who was born in the Utah Zoo in 2000, was killed by Nuka, a male polar bear, at the Detroit Zoo this week. The species survival plan of the Association of Zoos and Aquariums had put the two bears together in hopes that they would mate. Well, apparently they didn't get along very well.
Yeah.
Anana had previously delivered cubs while at the Cincinnati Zoo. Anana and Nuka spent most of 2020 together without breeding. They were separated so that they could be alone, which is what polar bears like late in the year. But when they were put back together, apparently, and this kind of brings out into the open a little bit this whole weird world of shipping animals between zoos and around zoos in an attempt to preserve species. And so, they'll send this bear who's proved to be very fertile here in Salt Lake, ship it to Detroit to mate with a bear. I mean, it's weird stuff. I think it's very. I mean, it's just very unusual. And then I think the plan was for that bear to come back here to Salt Lake, but nope, not going to happen.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, this was fun. I tweeted it out yesterday.
Is it really fun? What?
Tom Brady celebrating like you do in Florida with a boat parade.
Because that's all they do.
That's all they do there.
Well, he was faced, too. I mean,
so I tweeted yesterday. So there's video of him. He's got a big, stupid smile on his face.
Because he's drunk as he could be.
He can't walk. And he's got someone holding him up and helping him to the car. And I tweeted, that's how I was the first time I got drunk, too, Tom. I know how you feel. Because I don't think he's a big drinker.
No, you can tell he does not do this often. And then he threw the Lombardi Trophy
in the water.
Well, he threw it onto another boat. He passed it. I think somebody caught it. But
I thought I saw it go into the water.
Did it go into the water?
That's what I read.
But
jeez.
All right. No, from boat to boat. It didn't go in the water. Oh, wait. Let's see.
Well, look at
anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Weather. So we've got serious weather for you. Okay. Series of significant winter storms impacting the area Thursday night through the holiday weekend. Thursday night through Friday, mountain snow Thursday night. Heaviest snow in the northern mountains, valley rain. Saturday into Sunday, valley rain changing to snow late Saturday, heavy mountain snow expected. And then Monday and Tuesday, another storm moving in, heavy mountain snow, snow and rain in the valleys. But today should mostly just be very warm, that warm before the storm. Highs in the low to mid-50s, actually. Traffic we have on State Street, exit of I-15. There's a truck and trailer blocking the right lane exit because a tire popped. That came to us from a friend of the program. Thank you for sending that in. Crash southbound I-15 at 88 South in Midvale. It is on the right shoulder, and I think that's the only... Oh, no, one other accident I need to tell you about. Crash in West Jordan, northbound Redwood Road, 84 South, right lane closed there. And if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you certainly can, and if it's safe for you to text us, you do that at 33986. Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant. Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit at stockton12honda.com.
I like it when you say there's a truck and trailer. There's a truck and trailer over there.
It's truck and trailer.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Your sentence wasn't harsh because, well, Cinnabon. A Florida man threw a large rock through the window of a Wendy's restaurant after discovering that the fast food joint no longer sold Cinnabon rolls.
What?
And had been convicted. He's been convicted of 2 criminal charges. But he could have gotten 20 years in jail for this. And the only reason I can think of that he didn't get a harsher sentence was because, well, who wouldn't be pissed when they find out that Wendy's is no longer selling Cinnabon?
I'm on his side on this.
Dustin Trell pleaded no contest to criminal mischief and throwing a missile into an occupied building. And now, while the felonies did carry a criminal penalty of up to 20 years in prison, Mr. Tyrrell was sentenced to only 4 years of probation. They went easy on him because, Cinnabon.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, Mike Lee, angry over something that he said that he's now lying about not saying, and something that doesn't matter anyway, really, in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Mike Lee.
It matters if you're worried about Donald Trump being mad at you. That's why it matters.
Well, then the entire Republican Party should be concerned.
Mike is worried, yes, that Donald Trump is going to not be his friend and rub his shoulders anymore.
Trump has been known to sick people on other people.
Boner candidate number 2, why make him wear a colonial noose? That's what Mr. Watiti, who is a member of the parliament in New Zealand, says.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I shouldn't have to wear a necktie. It's a colonial noose. Well, they did finally relent. And boner candidate number 3, your sentence wasn't harsh because, Cinnabon.
Okay, this is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It will have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. That's why you need to choose strategically here. Send one of these 3 candidates forward from round 2. Boner fight happens at 9:20, so be ready for that. But here we go. Pick a champion here from round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think is the most qualified to win this round. And put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. It's pretty easy to do. Or you can call, speak to a human being, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online. That's another way to vote. Go to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 11, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2 of your Boner Voting. Brooklinen.com. Very easy to take a look at all the stuff they have. I mean, yes, the sheets. They're famous for their sheets. They are the Internet's favorite sheets. They're our family's favorite sheets. We love them. But they also have a lot of other stuff there. They've got all kinds of things for your home. It's comforters, pillows, towels, loungewear. They work directly with the manufacturers to make this luxury available directly to you without the luxury level markups. Variety of colors and patterns, materials to fit your needs and tastes. Over 50,000 5-star reviews and counting, and we love them here in our house. So go to brooklinen.com, use the promo code X96 to get $25 off when you spend $100 or more, plus free shipping, those 2 magic words that people love. And, why not for Valentine's Day? Why not? That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96 to get $25 off when you spend $100 or more, plus free shipping. So that's brooklinen.com and the promo code X96 at checkout.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement, Dr. Jones. He says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
it
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
He is. Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
8:50. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by MASH.
The TV show?
No, we had sausages and mash.
Oh.
Bangers and mash. So.
The key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
We had boner candidate number 1, Mike Lee, angry in the Senate over something that apparently he did say. Now he claims he didn't, and he knows he didn't because he's the source of... That was my favorite. I'm the source of this, and I know that it's not true. And, you know, the other 2 candidates didn't matter in the eyes of our boner voters.
Wow.
188 votes for boner candidate number 1, Mike Lee.
Okay, that's your winner for round 2. It is now qualified to be boner of the day. And that will happen between the candidate from round 2 and the candidate from round 1 at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. All right. Let's see now. We've got
perfect lead in here.
Yes.
Perfect lead into our friend Robert Gurkey, who is columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune. Mr. Gurkey, are you there?
I am. Good morning, guys.
Hi, nice to hear from you, Bob. Now
It's
let's
Bob Pickle.
Yes, as we determined the last time we talked to Mr. Gurkey that it was German and it means pickle, so like a gherkin pickle. So can we get right into this Mike Lee thing with you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
let's do it.
So, first of all, what do you make of? And I know you watch these things closely. Mike Lee getting so upset about all of this. Why did he get so upset?
I think, well, so the reason he was upset, I guess, is because the House manager said that there was this call, and you guys ran it down, I guess, that President Trump tried to call Tommy Tuberville, and he ended up getting Mike Lee instead. And there was the House manager said that during the call, Trump was trying to get Tuberville to make additional objections to the election certification to slow it down, to delay it. And they cited Mike Lee as the source of that information. Well, not exactly. The House manager said it was reportedly the content of this call. And so Mike Lee took objection to that because he wasn't on the call. He was standing nearby Senator Tuberville. But he kind of flipped out a little bit. I mean, he was pretty irate about something that seemed fairly trivial when in the grander scheme of things. But I think Jay Capper from CNN made a good point that this is the most upset Mike Lee's been about anything that transpired since January 6th. And, and it's a weird thing for him to get upset about, really, because but he demanded they strike it from the record, and that he be. He was pretty irate. So I've not really seen him that animated before, but I guess I haven't spent that much time around him.
Yeah, and probably you shouldn't. So Robert Gurkey, columnist for the Tribune, and I was just reading your colleagues. Who is it? Rich Egan who did this, or who wrote?
It was probably Brian Schott.
Oh, it's Brian Schott. Yeah. Reading his account of the whole thing, and here's what Senator Lee told me, and so. It's just incomprehensible. And I think Carrie made the point, or Gina made the point, he's afraid that the president will be angry with him, or that the ex-president will be angry with him.
And really,
isn't it just goofy, though? I mean, that Senator or President Trump tries to call Senator Tuberville and gets Mike Lee, and then later in the day, Rudy Giuliani tries to call Senator Tuberville and gets a senator. I guess it's unclear which senator it is, although I think the manager said it was Senator Lee. And then, of course, that voicemail from Rudy Giuliani gets leaked to the media. I think that might also be something he's trying to, smooth over a little bit.
Yeah, I forgot about all of that. Oh. Mike Lee's a little maybe more involved in all of this than he would like to have anybody know.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's afraid that'll leak out. That is that what you're indicating, Mr. Gurkey?
I think that might have something to do with it. I mean, who knows? Mike Lee moves in mysterious ways, I guess we could say. So,
yes, he does.
Try not to make too much sense of it. But yeah, he's very upset. And
one little detail I think that's interesting in this whole thing is Mike Lee said, I was having a prayer. We were having a prayer with some members because we were concerned for our safety. We were praying when my phone rang, and it was the president. We were praying.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Robert, let me ask you just a general question about being a columnist. You were a Tribune reporter for, I don't know, how many years were you there just as a reporter?
I mean, I was at the Tribune for about 13. I've been a reporter for about 20.
So
I had been when I became a columnist.
Yeah. So you are no longer considered a reporter. You're a columnist now. What's the difference?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the difference is, and you know, we try to kind of we try to make sure that if you're a columnist, if you're going to be doing opinion stuff like I do now, that you're not reporting straight news. And so when I was a reporter, I had to keep myself out of it, keep my own viewpoints out of it. And sometimes that's hard because, you know, I cover the legislature. There are things up there that were, you know, pretty dumb. And I had to make sure that I didn't say these are dumb at the time, you know. And so you just try to keep yourself out of it, keep your own viewpoints out of it. Present people a balanced account of what was going on, you know, or what is happening. So, you know, and so the reason you do that is because so you don't get these accusations of fake news, biased news, whatever. And so, yeah, I made that transition about 3 years ago to a columnist where I'm writing opinion pieces now and can inject my own views into it and you know, give it a little bit more personality. And it was a kind of a tough transition after, like I said, 20 years of making sure I stayed out of the way.
Why was it tough? Didn't the floodgates just open? You know, thank God at last I can be free and say some things.
You would think that. You would think, but it's sort of like a caged animal for 20 years. You let it out in the wild, it doesn't really know what to do. So it took me a little while to kind of try to find my voice, get a little more comfortable saying what I think. You know, I just I trained myself for so long to, you know, to stay out of the way. So took me about a year and a half to really get the hang of it, to get comfortable with that.
And in the hierarchy of newspapers, being a columnist is that considered more prestigious than being a reporter?
Well, they put me on a billboard, so that was unexpected.
There you go.
There you go. That answers the question right there.
I mean, it kind of it's considered a promotion, I guess. It's a more visible, high profile position. But I miss the reporting sometimes too. It was,
all right.
You know, what I love to do. So
all right, Robert, nice talking to you. We'll speak again, okay?
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, guys.
Thank you, sir.
See you
Robert
later.
Gurkey, Salt Lake Tribune. Thank you very much. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash northbound 5600 west, 22nd south. This is in West Valley. The left lane appears to be affected there. Crash northbound Redwood Road, 84 south in West Jordan. And other than that, things seem to be moving pretty well. Just a little slowage here and there, but not any other accidents to tell you about. Of course, you can always text us when you see stuff, if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with boner fights, all that and more on the way, a reasonable amount of news. Stand by. BigOTires.com. You're out, you're driving around, you get a flat, look them up, BigOTires.com. There's got to be one near you.
42 locally owned and operated, I believe it is, Big O Tire stores from like Logan from the Idaho border to down in Nephi, I think, somewhere.
Yeah, I usually go to the one on Highland Drive, but I've found that I've had a flat tire when I've been other places, and Big O has helped me in other places.
Big O Tires, the team you trust, they're having a President's Day sale right now. Now, of course, you can always find the lowest price on every tire every day with brands that you love, including the Big O House brand. But right now, for President's Day, you can get up to $190 off a set of Michelin tires, plus free installation. And as always, Big O Tires has no credit needed financing. If you find yourself in a bind and you've got to have tires, that's very important. So find a Big O tire store near you. Just go to bigotires.com.
We talked briefly about this yesterday, but the subject of billboards came up, and Todd came to us and said, want to do some billboards for November. We did our zombie ones for October, for Halloween. How about something for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And we thought, well, let's give away some turkeys.
Can we give away turkeys? We have to ask. Can we give away turkeys?
Let's give away some turkeys.
Seems like the thing to do for the season.
And Todd said, sure, we can do that. That's easy.
So can we promote that on a billboard that we're giving away turkeys?
And so I didn't speak to the graphics guy, but we have an in-house graphics guy. We have a couple of them, actually. And said, somebody conveyed to him, look, they're giving away turkeys or free turkeys.
Well, he claims that he was not communicated with.
Well, that's
correctly.
what he claims. So now the billboard.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can
see it's kind of stretched out.
It's a squished version, yeah. For some reason he chose to put our heads on cooked turkey bodies.
I don't, and then it just says turkeys.
And it says turkeys. Now, and then
I think
it says Radio from Hell Mornings X96. Turkeys, exclamation point.
Turkeys!
Yeah, I think this is Tracy giving us the big middle finger.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think people are going to see this and go, I think Radio from Hell's giving away free turkey.
Exactly.
I think what it's doing, it's calling us
turkeys. That's obviously what it's doing.
That's what I think is happening here.
I, for one, am offended.
And well, you should be. And plus, your drumstick is burnt.
Yeah,
Look at it.
Look at that. You're over.
No one will eat that.
I have kind of a nice tan.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little overcooked.
I look like I've been in the tanning booth.
But I think, okay, so, look, I'm willing. Look, my gut says he did it on purpose, because for some reason he doesn't like us.
He did.
But I'm willing to give him a second chance to fix it. Unfortunately, he's about a week and a half behind on his art. So
how long does it take to?
He's got other assignments. He's got the soccer team.
How are people going to know we're giving away free turkeys?
Well, we'll give one away, tomorrow, Katie? We'll probably give one away tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll give away a turkey. It better be a Norbest.
We are trying to focus on Thanksgiving because we feel like it gets neglected every year and just rushed right through the season to Christmas. Yep. I found this Thanksgiving traditions that have been mostly forgotten, so we need to bring
traditions that have been mostly forgotten. Okay.
Thanksgiving greeting cards.
I know Cabin Fever has a bunch of those.
So Christmas cards, everybody knows that, Valentine's cards. But back in the 1800s, people used to give each other Thanksgiving greetings. And this is what Dave says at Cabin Fever. This is the perfect time of year to send somebody a note saying why you're thankful for them.
Yeah.
My family still does that one.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, so I could send somebody a note saying, I will be very thankful if you would invite me over for Thanksgiving dinner.
I guess you could do that.
I mean, you can.
Please invite me for Thanksgiving dinner. I would be very thankful.
Playing football before dinner, like the Kennedys do.
Oh, touch football, yeah.
Yeah, touch football in the yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to do that for Thanksgiving.
Place cards on your
Names,
dining room table.
where you have your name on it. And there'd be little turkeys or something like that.
That was only at weddings.
No, you do Thanksgiving.
No, Thanksgiving. Well, it's because you never have anybody over.
And
exactly.
And especially these days, those are important because maybe you don't want Grandpa Trumpy to be sitting next to.
Try to avoid.
Maybe that's for really big families.
Well,
I have a super small family.
We do that, and now there are 3 of us at home, but we do that every night anyway.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because I don't ever remember where I'm supposed to sit.
Oh boy.
Using your grandma's old recipes.
Oh, yes.
That's
Actually, I use Gordon Ramsay's
My
recipe
grandma
now,
was a
but-
terrible cook.
Oh, so you don't want that?
Oh.
And at dinner.
I use her recipe for putting that cheese in the celery. That's what I use her recipe.
At dinner, actually going around the table and saying what you're thankful for.
We do that, and my mom cries every single time.
Why would you do that on Thanksgiving?
Because that's what it's all about.
Oh, it's right there in the name, isn't it?
Thanks. Giving.
Breaking the wishbone.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, I fight over that every year.
Every year it was my grandfather who broke wind.
So the wishbone from the turkey, you're supposed to break it, and whoever gets the bigger piece, they're supposed to have.
Make a wish.
You kind of have to save it because it doesn't.
Well, it does have to dry.
It has to dry out.
Yeah, otherwise it's never going to break for you.
Yeah. Using the good china and the good so what are some of the things your family does, Katie?
We do it buffet style. I don't know about other people, but we do solid buffet style. So we set everything out, and then we just like go through the kitchen, then go to sit in the dining room.
You know, that makes a lot more sense than trying to pass it around, doesn't it?
I think the only thing we really pass are the rolls, and that's because everybody eats multiple rolls. We have butt rolls every single year.
What?
Yeah. So.
Okay, great.
So we make our own rolls, but you know how like frozen rolls come in just like little balls of dough?
Yeah.
So we put 2 of them in a pie, like a
muffin tin.
Muffin tin, yeah. So we put 2 in one tin, and when they expand and they cook, they become butt rolls, and you can pull them in half perfectly.
This is what you call them on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we call them
is
butt rolls.
I'm going to butter my butt roll.
We used to use a traditional family recipe for the turkey, and then Gordon Ramsay's recipe came out, and it has the best gravy I've ever had in my entire life. So we use that from now on.
It's donkey gravy.
It's amazing gravy that you put like lemons, onions, and things inside of the turkey and let it cook. And then you pull all those out. You cut off the wings and stuff, and you let it boil in cider beer, something, and broth. And then you mash all of it.
You've got to get just the right amount of something, though.
Yeah, I know. You mash all of that up, and you reduce it down, and it makes the most flavorful gravy I've ever had in my life. I can bring some into you guys after Thanksgiving if you want to try.
Yeah, bring me a cup of gravy.
Anytime. It's actually,
I'd love a cup of gravy.
I know you would, Bill.
Now here's a text. Back in the 1800s, we used chamber pots. Are we going to bring them back?
Well,
Well, that's a weird Thanksgiving tradition you got there, dude.
What did they use chamber pots
That's
for?
weird. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to know.
I don't either.
What's the one thing that you have at Thanksgiving dinner that you never eat? That you go, why are we having this? We have this because it's tradition, and you don't
And
eat
nobody touches it?
Well, no, but just you personally.
Cranberries.
Oh.
You don't like cranberries?
I mean, I like them. You asked something that we don't eat during the year, but we have.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean,
What did you mean?
at Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
you put
prepared.
it out. You put it out, and nobody will. Or you won't eat it.
That would be me. Cranberry sauce. I don't like it.
I can't think of it. Pumpkin pie.
I don't care for the pumpkin pie.
I don't waste my time with pumpkin pie.
It has to be the homemade pumpkin pie from my family with actual, like, real pumpkin.
Well, I insist on having Brussels sprouts, but I know that some people don't eat them.
We have them all year.
Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Well, no, but you gotta have them on Thanksgiving.
You gotta.
Gotta.
Okay.
I was yesterday. I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located. Okay. And a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said, "Is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I'd just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
Because on this day?
Yeah, in 1977, Mike Shinoda, singer, songwriter, rapper, producer, Linkin Park, was born. on
That's a
this
good.
day.
That's a good song. You don't.
It is.
It's not one I hear very often.
Katie likes Linkin Park, and we let her pick the song.
I grew up listening to Linkin Park. It's been my favorite band for pretty much my entire life. I know every word of Hybrid Theory album. That is paper cut off of that album.
Well, that's great, Katie. I'm not sure I would have admitted all of that, however.
Oh, I'm happy about it.
So I was looking. I have not done social media except for Twitter and only occasionally that for a long time. But I looked on Instagram the other day for some reason, and I saw the pictures that Gina took of her husband. And she was talking about doing it earlier this week, one with his hair long and then one with a haircut, because they're doing a profile of him for up at the university for the, what is it, biology department?
Biology department, yes.
He's a graduate in biochemistry, I think, from
microbiology.
Microbiology from University of Utah.
Genetics. He's a geneticist.
And so I looked at the pictures and I voted. And the one with the long hair is better. I hope that's the one you selected to send.
It's that's the thing though. It's up to him who he gets final say in which.
But if you'd like me to talk to him, I'll tell him that it should be the one with the long hair. But I just was looking at the picture, and I just thought what a nice guy he is. You can just tell. I mean, if you know him a little bit, and I don't know your husband very well, Joe Jones, Dr. Jones.
Dr. Jones.
I don't really know him very well. I've been around him a few times. He could be a monster in disguise. I don't know. But I hadn't seen a picture of him in a long time, and he looked very handsome. And I said to my wife, "Geez, he's a nice guy." So anyway, yeah. So if you want to see Gina's husband, Dr. Jones.
So yeah, I posted on Instagram, RFH Gina. It's just, so they're doing a profile of him. And they said, send us a picture. And he said, okay. And he said, I have a haircut scheduled. Let's do a before and after picture and see which one I should send.
You never look good. Nobody ever looks good. I won't say nobody ever looks good. I think it is possible. But mostly when you get a haircut, in most cases, it doesn't look good for a couple of days until a couple of days after the haircut.
Takes a minute to settle down.
Yeah, unless you can tell that people like big Hollywood stars and stuff, they have perfect people doing their perfect hair because it never looks different. It never changes. It always
always have people do their hair.
Yeah, and I mean, it always looks just right. But
see, he looks good to me no matter what, so I can't choose.
Yeah, I think I said you could send both of them, but then when I look at them, I wouldn't. I would just send the long hair one. That's
the long.
Yeah, tell him that's my vote.
He looks a little more like, sciencey, professorial. Like
it's that kind of rumpled.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just stuck my head out of the lab. Or I'm about to go into my study and read a weighty tome while I smoke my pipe. But
exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, Bill, if you love him so much, why don't you marry him?
Too late. I got him
or,
first.
Better yet, make him your Valentine and send him ProFlowers.
There you go.
There we go.
There we go. That's where I was leading. It's not too late, Bill, if you want to send Dr. Jones.
All right, I might do that.
ProFlowers for Valentine's. Of course, Valentine's Day coming up on Sunday. Oh, my goodness, it's on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's going to be here real quick. There's still time, believe it or not. And I can say that because ProFlowers are that good. I use ProFlowers all the time. I've got some upstairs right now, some from ProFlowers, roses and lilies up there. They're that good and they're that fast. So, you waited until the last minute. Yeah, you feel stupid. as soon as you get, to a computer. Well, you got one on your phone right now. Here, what you do. Limited time only. You can save 20% on your next purchase from ProFlowers by using the promo code X96 at ProFlowers.com. So if you're looking for a way to say, Dr. Jones, you mean the world to me, send him a bouquet with
write that down.
Write that. Yeah, and you can make a card as well. They send him the flowers, the vase, the plant food, and a little card, all in a box. It's perfect. Their Valentine's section is going fast, though, so hurry. You may want to ask Gina what his favorite flowers are. Remember the promo code X96 for 20% off your next purchase. That's proflowers.com and the promo code X96.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic, and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him. Yeah. And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him. Yeah. And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic,
Bill treed a coon.
A 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Hi, Rose.
Get away.
Shake his fist. Roadhog.
A little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. Oh, that made me mad.
What are you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on the
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No.
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't need this crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get them.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while.
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
Raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. It just drives me crazy.
Well, gotta kill one. Gotta kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
I'm going to just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
Okay, 9:22 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Florence Pugh. You know who that is? She's
Yes.
an actor.
Isn't she in that movie you've been waiting to see for 5 years, Carrie?
Now,
Black Widow. She's in Black Widow.
Oh, she is in Black Widow. That's right. I forgot. Oh,
She's
you said
attached
5
to
years. Yeah.
she's attached to star in a sci-fi courtroom drama called Dolly, about a sex robot that murders its billionaire owner.
Go on.
Though the film has not yet been green-lit, Apple TV Plus acquired it in a bidding war, and an individual with knowledge of the project told The Wrap, which is a industry sheet. Vanessa Taylor, who was in The Shape of Water, and Drew Pierce from Iron Man 3 are writing the script, which is still being developed. No director currently attached. I seem to remember a movie about a sex robot. Cherry 2000?
Well, you're going way back, aren't you?
Isn't that movie
Yes.
about a sex robot who becomes kind of sentient, or
Yeah, it's what's her name from Working Girl? Mrs.
Melanie
Antonio
Griffith?
Banderas. Melanie Griffith.
Is it
in
Melanie
I think.
Griffith playing
Yeah.
Cherry 2000?
And then, of course, recently there was Ex Machina, which was...
Oh, I didn't see that one, yeah.
That was good.
I seem to remember Cherry 2000 being like having the germ of a good idea, and maybe being some of it being sort of good, but generally a pretty schlocky effort.
Well, this movie sounds like someone read I, Robot and rewrote it with a sex worker.
Yeah. Let's see now. Shelley
fine.
Duvall. Sorry?
That's fine. I'll watch it.
Yeah. Shelley Duvall. You ever wonder what happened to Shelley Duvall?
She went
was
off the deep end.
She
We've talked
really
about
did.
this.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it. I remember once some months ago. But did we? So I guess so. She made an appearance on Dr. Phil, and
Yeah,
she was on.
that's what we talked about. Yeah.
And she was pretty nutty, apparently. And the Hollywood Reporter has now gotten an interview with her.
Oh, really?
And they've sat down, and she talked about her career and about the trauma of working with Stanley Kubrick on The Shining.
Yes.
And she said it was so difficult to wake up and realize I have to cry all day today.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, that sounds terrible.
That was how she felt about acting in The Shining. You would not recognize her. There are some current photos of her. She does that. You wouldn't. I mean, I look at them. I'm looking at a photo now, and I'm saying that can't possibly be Shelley Duvall, but it is. And so it's kind of interesting. If you Google it, you'll see it'll come up, and you can read the interview. And more charges against Marilyn Manson.
More
lodged by a woman who's an actress in Game of Thrones, Esme Bianco. She lived with Marilyn Manson for a couple of months in 2011, I think it was. Game of Thrones actress Esme Bianco has accused Manson of cutting her repeatedly with a knife, chasing her with an axe, and treating her like a prisoner when they lived together, in 2011. Bianco aired her allegations in an interview with The Cut, published yesterday, joining now at least 11 other women who have come forward to accuse Marilyn Manson of physical and sexual abuse. She's best known for playing a sex worker named Roz in the early seasons of Game of Thrones. She said her relationship with Manson, whose real name is Brian Warner, began 12 years ago in 2009 when she was married to another man, but then she ended up living with him for about 2 months. And she said it was a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. The impeachment videos that were shown yesterday, or the videos that were shown during the impeachment trial yesterday, had Mitt Romney in them as in a cameo that was pretty scary.
Yeah.
Senator Romney had a short but harrowing cameo during the trial videos shown yesterday in the Senate about the violence at the Capitol. Stacey Plaskett of she's a representative from the Virgin Islands, one of the House managers presenting the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
She said, in this security footage, you can see Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman running to respond to the initial breach of the Capitol building by the terrorists. Officer Goodman passes Senator Romney, who's just, kind of like, well, I'm going to go over here. And Officer Goodman says, turn around and get to safety. And Mitt Romney sort of sees what's going on, and he turns around, and he runs faster than I can run. He books it down the hallway.
And then not long after, you see the mob come.
Yeah, they break through. Had the mob found him, could have been bad, very bad.
Yes.
Romney, it could have been bad. It's by a lot of luck and some actions by just totally outnumbered Capitol Police security force, but some very fortuitous encounters that they had that kept people from being hurt, that kept senators and congresspeople from being hurt.
Yeah.
It's just amazing to me that anybody in that Senate hearing can sit there and watch that and not be swayed.
Exactly.
But that's just it. Some of them aren't watching it. They're not paying,
Yeah. Well, Josh Hawley's reading the paper. He's sitting
they
up
are
with
not
his feet up.
watching
Rand
it
Paul
or listening
is
to it. They have
drawing
made up their
cartoons.
mind already.
Yeah.
As I said yesterday, Rand Paul, the only senator to not be wearing a mask because he's a dick, not because he thinks he's. And then I thought, Rand Paul. Let's see. Oh yeah, the reason his next door neighbor beat him up because he's lived next door to a dick.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that's good.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
There's a couple of good candidates here. I base that saying they're good candidates based on the fact that both of them received huge numbers of votes over the other candidates. Okay, there was not a close vote in either round. So from round one, vaccine chasers. This is hordes of what they're calling vaccine chasers who are overwhelming vaccine clinics in L.A. A whole account of it from Slate. The manager of the vaccine clinic said they come and they bring lawn chairs and computers and they sit and they wait and they try to crowd in line and interfere with people who have scheduled appointments to come and get the vaccine. And they're rude and they keep demanding to use our bathroom, and one of them spit at a security officer. So vaccine chasers, boner candidate number one, going up against Rand Paul's good buddy, Mike Lee, who got angry over something that didn't matter, and something that he said, which he now says he didn't say, and he disrupted the whole hearing at the end of the day yesterday. So he's number two.
All right. There you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst. Which one should be boner of the day, 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call. Speak to a human being at 877-602-9696. Or go online. Go to x96.com, let the page load, and then refresh your browser because we just put up the box that says Boner Fight February 11, 2021. And you click on that box and you can vote there. Pretty easy. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day. New Dwello Homes.
Now, we've talked about New Dwello for quite some time here on the show, and our friend Lawley, who's there at New Dwello, let me tell you a little bit more about them. Okay. New Dwello will either sell your home or they can help you buy a home. There are advantages to using New Dwello that I think you'll find really, really important. They are committed to selling your home in 2 weeks or less. Lolly says, if we don't do it, you won't leave your home until New Dwello has found you a new one. So if they're pretty sure they can sell it in 2 weeks, but if they can't, they will let you stay there until they find you a new home. Also, 95% of New Dwello's listings are sold in the first week for $1,000 over the asking price. Now, maybe you have been trying to buy a home and you lose out to other bidders. That's not going to happen with New Dwello. They will take care of you. So, if you want help selling or buying a home, New Dwello is where you go. Call them, 801-923-3030, 923-3030. It's New Dwello. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started talking.
And they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, And placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
It's an actual sound bite from the opening arguments at the impeachment trial.
Well, let's award Boner of the Day.
Well, let's. And it's brought to you by Sausages, or if you prefer, Bangers, and MASH.
And thinking of buying a new car, think Young Subaru, located on 3920 Riverdale Road in South Ogden. Browse inventory online. Set your appointment today at youngsubaru.com.
Wow. Not a contest. Again. Now, I thought these two candidates would be, because they were both huge vote getters in their respective rounds. Vaccine Chasers, number one. Well, it got 33 votes. But over 100 votes for Boner candidate number two, Mike Lee, angry over something that doesn't matter and that he lied about.
Well, it's because it's Utah's Mike Lee. He wins Boner of the Day, usually whenever he's nominated.
Yeah.
Because we're so proud. There he is, Boner of the Day for today, February 11, 2021, now qualified to be Boner of the Week.
Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan once in a while.
Okay.
He's an embarrassment to this state.
What,
You know what else is an...
People out there who adore him, you know.
You know what else is an embarrassment? This
What?
is actually kind of hilarious.
What is?
I reposted this yesterday on my Twitter. So you know that website where celebrities go to try to make a little money? Cameo?
Cameo.
Oh, Cameo, yeah. I thought you were talking about OnlyFans.
No, Cameo, where you can...
Kevin from The Office made about $1 million last year.
I know
Just
a lot
on
of
Cameo.
Penn Jillette does it. Gilbert Gottfried does it. Lots of people do it.
You know who
What?
Who does it?
Who?
Jason Chaffetz.
What?
Yeah.
You can chat with Jason Chaffetz for $1.99.
Just $1.99 for how long?
I haven't. I don't want to dive too far into it. But the tweet I saw about it said, "Dream big, resign from Congress, and one day you too can occupy the cheaper than Sean Spicer category on Cameo. You can interact with Utah's own Jason Chaffetz for $1.99.
Should we do it?
I was looking at it, and there are the high price ones. I mean, like Steve Harvey will videotape you a message for $750.
That's pretty high.
Paul Abdul, $399.
$399?
Yeah.
Or $3.99.
$399.
Okay.
But then as you dig deeper, you'll find some people who, and they're only charging like $40.
Like who?
Well, let me look here.
No, so Jason, if you want a video, if you want him to send a video, like I want Jason Chaffetz to wish my husband a happy birthday, that's $45.
I see.
If you want to just chat with him,
probably
that's $1.09.
There's probably a time limit on it, right? Like he'll chat with you for 5 minutes for $1.99.
Yeah.
So, for example, let me see. Little Katie Sackhoff, right? My wonderful little Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, yeah.
She's $250. But for some reason, her dear friend Tricia Helfer, who was also in Battlestar Galactica, who was the sexy Cylon, only $125. Meanwhile, Sam Witwer, who is the voice of Darth Maul and has done like little bits and pieces here and there, $75.
I wonder who sets the price.
I think the people do.
Yeah.
The people who are doing it?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
Let me check, because I also looked. Here we go. Because there's a comedian I like, Greg Proops.
Sure, I know who that is.
And he was only like $35 or something like that. Oh, now I can't find him.
Well, it'd be interesting to find out what the time limits are, and
Well, like this one is 1 day delivery. That means like if you want Chuck Norris tomorrow to send a message to your wife,
right?
$450. And
But
it's
can you
1
have
day
him
turnaround?
Can you have him send a message that's 500 words long, or does it have to be 2 words long, or there's got to be some sort of parameters set up somewhere. Look into
I think it's just up to you, really. Because there are people on here that I've never heard of who are asking for. One is asking for $15.
Who?
There's an actress named Simone Marval, who's asking for $15. And then right next to her, another person that I've never heard of, Adrian Marcel, who wants $100.
Well, I'm going to look into this and see if maybe it's something we could do.
I don't want to do it.
Well, okay, you don't have to. It makes me think of this. So I was reading the Salt Lake Tribune yesterday, and there was a story about. It said, "See where famous Utahns order takeout." Here are some famous. These are famous Utahns. Wouldn't you like to know where famous Utahns get takeout? And I was interested to see who the reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune thought was a famous Utahn.
Don't they know what you're getting at? Is they didn't ask you, and you're wondering why they?
No, I don't.
Yes,
I'm not.
It is. That's exactly it.
No, it's not. No. No, this is what I thought.
You are?
This is what I thought about it, Gina. Here's what a Salt Lake Tribune reporter thinks of as a famous person. What does this tell you about?
So who was
the
it?
Salt Lake Tribune. Well, some of the people you know, and they're let's see, who have we got? Spencer Cox. Okay, fine, we know. Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, Attorney General Sean Reyes, Dee Dee Darby Duffin, which I didn't know who that was, but apparently she's a jazz singer. Tony Finau, Jerry Rapier.
Yeah.
Jerry Rapier runs Plan B Theater. I like Jerry. He's a great guy. Angela Dunn, Jenny Wilson, the mayor of Salt Lake County, Mayor Aaron Mendenhall of Salt Lake City, Representative Brad Wilson, Senator Todd Weiler. Let's see. Nick Raimondo is listed. Freddie Juarez, also a soccer, I think. Doug Fabrizio. Meredith Marks, who's one of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake. Chase O'Connell and Beck Ann Sizik. They are Ballet West dancers.
They don't eat fast food.
And so there you go. That's who the reporter thinks of as famous people, and that tells you a lot about the readership of the Salt Lake Tribune, I think. Who would you have selected?
You, Bill. I would have selected you.
Why?
You're a famous Utahn.
I would not. I wouldn't. I mean, that's honestly not what. That didn't go through my head at all. Wouldn't you put more media people in there though? People who were on TV a lot and local TV celebrities.
You would think.
You'd
Maybe
think.
those were the ones they could get a hold of.
Todd Weiler.
Well,
you can always get a hold of Todd.
You can always just DM
Todd's
him on
always
Twitter.
available.
He's always lurking on Twitter.
How about this? Famous Utahn, Todd Weiler. Really?
No.
Really?
Only famous because we've talked about him a lot.
I hope they have Post Malone on there.
So-
He's a famous Utahn.
Should be, yeah.
Jerry Rapier. Jerry's a great guy. He does brilliant work running Plan B Theater.
All right.
Famous Utahn, Jerry Rapier?
Well, we got to take a break. We'll be back. You can drown your sorrows with a little Ogden's Own Distillery, Bill.
I'd like to do that right now.
Ogden'sOwn.com, 615 West Stockman Way in Ogden is the location of their new distillery. They're really proud of the place. They'd like you to come and see it. And while you're there, pick some stuff up. Yes, they sell stuff directly there.
So it's the only place you can get the canned cocktails right now, unless you order them through the liquor store.
You can order them through the DABC, but you can just pick them up, use your hands at the distillery. We're talking about the new Five Wives Vodka Soda with Lime, which is just terrific if you're a fan of vodka soda. Delicious canned cocktails, ultra refreshing, chilled, ready to drink. And the Five Wives Moscow Mule is also available there. Of course, in the liquor store, you can pick up the Five Wives Vodka, Porter's Rye Whiskey, the flavored whiskeys from Porter's as well. And all of their products are available, but they want you to go up and see their new distillery. Skip the DABC by going directly to Ogden's Own Distillery, open 11 to 5 each weekday, 11 to 4 on Saturdays. They're closed on holidays. And you can find their location at ogdensown.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg. Old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you will be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. and we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You know, the Mormons.
Oh, you've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play ward ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb attaching episode of Space Elders!
Well, let's see. It is 9:54.
So you watched the Britney Spears documentary on Hulu.
I did, but I want to wait to talk about it until you've watched it.
I promise I will watch it today.
Okay.
Are you going to watch it, Carrie?
I don't know.
You don't have to.
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't have
well,
to.
if we get 2 of us to watch it, then we can.
Yeah.
We can tell you. I have no idea what Gina thought of it at this point.
I have opinions.
Okay.
I have thoughts.
You do? Really? I'm surprised that you have opinions.
I mean, not often, but about this I do.
Yeah. You hardly ever have opinions about anything. You have questions sometimes.
Many questions.
but I don't know about opinions. I saw a show that would probably be worth looking at, too, that I thought of you when I read about it. It's about this hotel in Hollywood. See if I can find it real quick. Where murders have taken place and serial killers have stayed. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about, Carrie?
Is this a Netflix thing, or
yeah, it's a series or a docu-series or something like that.
The Cecil Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
I
called.
know about this.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd love it, Gina. This is right up your alley.
That's exactly what I thought. The Cecil Hotel, and there's apparently a 10-episode. It's a murder podcast on Netflix, essentially.
Okay.
A documentary, but apparently the Night Stalker stayed there, Richard Ramirez and others. There it is. Cecil Hotel manager Amy Price. There was a murder there, and she says, I don't think it's haunted, but strange things do happen at the Cecil Hotel.
Okay. I'm going to watch it.
Got to watch it. And then the Menendez brothers are back in the news, I see.
Yes.
I didn't know that either. What's going on with them?
Eric and Lyle Menendez, who've been in prison since, 1980 or something like that? Accused of murdering their parents, their wealthy parents.
Not accused, convicted of.
Accused and, but there's a whole movement to have the case reopened. because they say that they were, I guess the thing is they say they were abused by their parents.
BS.
And
you
that's
guys wanted
why-
money. BS.
Well,
they went out and bought cars and had
Well, they were
thought
finally
got away
free.
with no.
We're finally free.
And this was not like in, the heat of the moment. I can't believe I killed mom and dad. They planned it out. They had alibis. And they were grown-ass people. They weren't like kids that had to live under their parents' all BS, I call them that.
Well, it's just fascinating to me that there are people who have no idea who Eric and Lyle Menendez are, and now all of a sudden they're back in the news, even though they've been in prison for...
The interesting thing about them, they could have gotten away with it.
You see, Gina has opinions. Here
Okay.
it is.
They were actually really smart about how they did it, their alibis. Their problem was that the police were not suspicious of them, really. They were like, oh, well, yeah, no, it's somebody else that did it.
Right.
But because they went out and bought cars and were being playboys, and one of them felt guilty about it and confessed it to a therapist, I think. But they got away with it for a while. They could have still gotten away with it. So no, I'm not buying the, my mom and dad were mean to us. That's
Well,
why.
they say here's it's a whole article in the New York Times, and they're saying there are things about Eric testifying about the molestation of him by his father, and I think people are saying they shouldn't have gotten sentenced to life in prison.
Really?
There should have been, yeah.
They murdered both their parents.
Who were monsters.
Apparently not. I mean, apparently their dad was like a really overbearing, parent,
Molester.
but not molester.
Well, I'll send you the article. You read it and see if it
Okay.
changes. If it probably won't change your mind because I
No,
know
I
how
made my mind.
I know how you
about the
are.
Menendez forever.
Yeah. That's not clear by what you've just been saying. So I'll
I
send
have
it to you.
opinions.
I know you do, and questions.
Oh, here I just found it.
Yeah. Oh, you
so
got it?
when he
Okay.
was one of the brothers was confessing to his therapist, the therapist's mistress overheard the taped conversation, and she went to the police and said, "Guess who I know who killed those people? I heard it." Should have just kept his mouth shut.
Mistresses are always unimpeachable sources of information like that.
Always.
That's never say anything around your mistress that you don't, because if you
No.
do, they'll use it against you.
Let's do the promo and get out of here.
Now I've gone down the Menendez hole again. I've gone there before, as you can clearly see.
Where is it? Hang on. I have like now, since the promo came in, 20 emails. I can't find it. I'm sorry. I don't
It
have
says
it.
Thursday promo from
You guys
Katie.
do it. Oh, wait, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, well, wait a minute. There. Okay, got it. Here we go. The weekend is nearly here, so welcome it with Friday's Radio from Hell show.
The Housewives of Salt Lake show has ended, but they have their reunion episode, so of course Victoria will join us for our Housewives reunion update at 7 a.m.
Then at 8 a.m., it's time to answer the best question of the week. And I know you have more questions that you haven't asked yet, so send them in to radiofromhell@x96.com.
And Mayor Wilson joins us for our county update at 8:45.
And I don't know how it's possible that there could be, but there will be more on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
We good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I was?
You don't want a solid gold wheelchair. It's a soft metal. It would not be a good.
You don't want.
wheelchair.
Yeah. All right. Corey is next.